Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores live stream, day 93. So today, we're going to be continuing from yesterday. Of course, yesterday, actually, it happened again today. I'm not sure what's going on. But yeah, yesterday, if you're wondering why the stream was so short, all electricity got cut off for a while. I'm not sure if they're working on like electrical line or what, but the weirdest thing is it happened again this morning. So I'm not sure what they're doing. But electricity has gone out for like a complete blackout for both yesterday and today for some amount of time. So if I randomly end this stream like mid-sentence or something, or it's like a really weird amount of time, yeah, it's I guess they're working on an electrical line. I have no clue. Like the fact it happened 2 days in a row is kind of weird, as it already happened like 2 hours ago. But hopefully it doesn't happen again. So far each time it's happened, it only happened once during the day. So hopefully it doesn't happen again. Pay your electric bills. No, it's in the whole area. I assume they're just working on like some kind of electrical line or something. So it keeps like they have to like shut it fully off to do something or something. But I have no clue. But anyways, today's focus. We are going to be doing Fisher to 112, so we can start AFK in Fisher if we want, as well as doing Puffer Eel to get there, as well as doing a next tier monument, which should be pretty easy as we are only one level away. So yeah, we're nearly there. That is the game plan. So let the Puffer Eel begin. But yeah, that's going to be one of our main focuses today. Puffer Eel, sell everything. And once we get to 119 Forger, we could take a little bit of a foraging break and go say hi to those real quick. Oh yeah, I should probably have a 10% pot on me. I didn't have that for when we were doing Chef. You know what? Let me do that on the other cycle when I go back. But yeah, I do need the 10% on this for when we get full meter. The only thing kind of annoying about these with Q is sometimes they like going on top of each other because the little area is so small, which is kind of annoying when they end up doing that, but not much we can do about that. But yeah, we're still working on our 200 all grind. Also, yeah, we do have a poll today on we will be playing Brighter Shores and Old School RuneScape as our final send-off to Old School RuneScape this weekend. I figured we'd do it on probably Saturday and Sunday. Just as our final 2 streams of the game until we pretty much don't stream it again for at least another half a year. Not sure how long it's going to be. But, yeah, that's pretty much the game plan with that. And the poll is basically asking which one of you would like to see most. So I see that some of the votes are already for other. So if any of you vote for other, do let me know. But, yeah, the options are Chambers of Xeric, or Cox as it's normally known. But that's basically what raids could be like in Brighter Shores. The closest pieces of the content of what they have been so far talking about in Brighter Shores are things like Dungeoneering in RuneScape 3, or Chambers of Xeric, known as Cox, or Corrupted Gauntlet in Old School RuneScape. So that's what it's most similar to, in that it won't be a skill, but it will kind of be like that from scratch, where you need like a lot of different skills, if not every single skill in the entire game kind of thing, where it ends up pulling from pretty much everything. But there's that. There's a new boss they literally just added yesterday, on Wednesday, that just came out. It's a solo duo boss for a bunch of mid-game rewards. Then collection logging and clue scrolls, which is the main thing we've always done on the account. And then other, which I'm not sure what's in the other category, but do let me know. As we're pretty much going to do a variety of everything. I just want to see where interests are most in regard to it. It's more so to gauge which one would be the most interested. I know some people aren't interested in any, which might be some of the other votes. Do woods? What do you mean by woods? You mean constantly keep wood cutting like we have been? Or do you mean the wilderness? Because unfortunately we can't stream the wilderness. Whenever leaks come out next year, I will be able to. Because wilderness will be one of our 3 regions. But we can't do that on the hardcore. It is not geared to be able to do so. Come on. No, it'll die. I'm still missing at least like 8 items I would want to have before I even try doing anything there. As well as getting better at PvP. Because I'm like so rusty, especially since I haven't played in like 4 months. Whereas the average PvPer has played like every day for the last like decade. So hello, Bede. Hello, Darward. Hello, Isabel, by the way. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope all you guys been doing well. I gotta remember, I always gotta do the left side first, because that little ramp makes it quicker. This side doesn't have a ramp. Well, it's not necessarily about the challenge. It's more so if you go somewhere at the wrong place in the wrong time in the wilderness, you kind of just die. Like, it's not that it's, like, hard content. It's more so that it's you just auto-die. As power creep has gotten so bad in that game that you can quite literally die in less than 1 second. At least if you're unlucky enough. The problem is if we're streaming, we could easily be sniped. I do still go into the wilderness occasionally, but it's always off stream. Like to do occasional clue scroll and a few other things like that. Like, it's not that we never go into the wilderness. It's just, it'd be a really bad idea to do while streaming. Even if we only have like 5 viewers, it only takes one of them. Just absolutely obliterate us. I used to play so much RuneScape. Started in the paper days, but just don't play it anymore. Yeah, I feel like that's a lot of people lately. Especially after recent things that have happened. But my main slowdown is for 2 reasons on it. One is, of course, obviously Brighter Shores. We're going all in on Brighter Shores. But the other thing is just their recent greed. And a lot of the bigger projects that they're doing that I'm just not that big a fan of. Like Project Xanaris. I probably would come back for sailing, though. I would come back for next year's league. I would come back for sailing. And maybe something else in between if enough new content comes in within that time. So we want to get 119 Forager. I will be dumping all EXP into Chef. I'm only doing it now because we're in a little bit of a dead zone for Forager. Not that it's like a dead zone, but we're only 1 level till we get to Monument. Yeah, sealing doesn't look like it's going to go over well. But I still want to see the train wreck with my own eyes. I really hope Brighter Shores release the sailing before Old School RuneScape does, though. It'd be so funny. It's likely not happening, though. The only way we could is if Chapter 6 ends up introducing sailing. Which is a 0 chance. As we can see from the main thumbnail of the game, that Chapter 6 is actually on the main thumbnail of the game. Like when you go into your loading screen, right before you log into the game. Chapter 6 is over on a distance on its own island. And what better way to get to that island than sailing? As I do believe it's more so a matter of when than if on will we get the sailor profession in Brighter Shores. Like, it's going to happen. It's just, what do they do for it is the question. And how much better will it be than Old School RuneScape sailing? Like, Old School RuneScape sailing has a lot more potential to be developed further, as it has a gigantic team. It's been worked on for way longer. But, you never know. Brighter Shores could surprise us in what they do with it. It would just be really funny if it's ultimately better than Old School's sailing. But yeah, there is a legitimate chance we're going to have to utilize sailing to get to other areas in the future. And Chapter 6 could potentially be that first area. It's like the earliest it could be, because obviously Chapter 5 isn't. But Chapter 6 could. It's the earliest that we could technically get sailing. Doesn't mean we will, but it's the earliest that could happen. Based on the windmill, I assume we're getting farming in Chapter 6. But there's a non-zero chance we'll be able to get sailing. Because a windmill is like the main icon for Chapter 6. Like the main defining feature. Like for Chapter 1, it's the ports. For Chapter 2, it's that big crystal. Because that's when it establishes the corruption and everything in the lore. Chapter 3, obviously, just like an overview of the mines. Chapter 4 is obviously the trading tower, where all trading is done. Like, that's what the big main, like, thumbnail thing is for each chapter. And the one for chapter 6 is a windmill. Like, a bunch of, like, hilly land. It almost looks like crops. I haven't gotten a good look at it recently, so I actually forget. But it's like this big, naturey, hilly land with, like, a windmill on the top of a hill. Which seems very farm-like. Compared to an average chapter. Like, chapter 2 had a farm, but it wasn't, like, centered around a farm. You just had a quest around a farm. So, Dutch episode? I wouldn't be surprised if it bases some on, like, actual locations. So far, I wouldn't really say anywhere's is. Because I know RuneScape did that. Isn't Camelot based on, what's it called? I forget what it's called. But they've done that in RuneScape before. So I wouldn't be surprised if they actually base, some Brighter Shores locations based on, like, real locations. As far as how they, like, structure and everything. Also, I believe Lumbridge was based on Cambridge or something. There's been many instances where it's kind of happened. So I wouldn't be surprised if they did it again for Brighter Shores at some point. Who knows, maybe they already have and we just don't even know. Oh gosh, you better not make a cheese-making mechanic again. That was the most annoying thing ever. What's even funnier is I don't think it's actually been removed from RuneScape or Old School RuneScape. At least Old School RuneScape I know it hasn't been. Not sure about normal RuneScape or RuneScape 3, I mean. So how much money are we starting with, by the way? We're starting at about 5.5, it looks like. If you count before the little bit of chef we did. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Should I set up a chef timer? Probably should. Let's have a run going. Let's see. I'm gonna put the timer over there. How's the chef timer doing? What's today? What's the time right now? Okay, let me go set it for 1. Did I check it this hour? I believe so, right? I'll find out when we haven't. 40? Yeah, around 40-ish. As I do need to get slightly more paranoid about these again. As we're at the dead zone where these are actually really useful to do. We're in an area where they're pretty good value. Because we're currently cooking something that's level 144 at 157. So the further we get away from that, the better it is to do contracts. And we're in a pretty good zone to be doing contracts right now. So once that timer goes out, we'll go do all of our contracts then. But for now, we'll mostly be fishing. Though once I get the foraging level, I might go take a foraging break. As just showing, you take about an hour, hour and a half, which is quite conveniently exactly how much time we have on timer. So it would work out perfectly. This is pretty much the game plan, I think, right now. Is we fish until we get a knowledge point. We use the knowledge point and hope that's enough to get to 119 Forager. Assuming it is, we then go finish out the next monument piece. And then we go back to fishing, cooking the rest of the time. Alternating between the two until we have 112 Fisher. Because that's our main goal today. Get 112 Fisher. So we can start doing 8k fishing again. I'm not actually going to be able to do it immediately, though, because I need 149 Forager to fully utilize it. So tomorrow's goal is going to be 149 Forager. But today's goal is finish the monument that we get at 119 and do 112 Fisher. But tomorrow's goal will be whatever it takes to get to 149 Forager, as we need it to get back to fishing. As we're missing out on too much free Forager XP by not doing that. Have I heard of 2004scape? Some people have brought that up. I can maybe go visit this weekend. We were talking about doing Old School RuneScape as our final send-off kind of thing. But I don't know, if the interest is really high, I could go do like a half screen for 2004scape. I don't mind doing that. Either this weekend or sometime next week. Because a couple people have mentioned that already. I wouldn't mind trying it. I don't think I would like farm it. But I would definitely check it out. For like, you know, for a stream. While we're doing Brighter Shores farming. Because we got a lot of AFK fishing coming up that we're going to need to do. This is like the really active fishing. But there is so much AFK fishing after Puffer Eel. That'd be perfect for doing stuff like that. That's one of the reasons why we're doing Brighter Shores with Old School RuneScape this weekend. Is there's going to be a lot of downtime where we're pretty much just doing active AFK fishing in Brighter Shores. So it'd be the perfect time to multitask it with something. Because we have a lot of that going all the way to max. Because after we finish Puffer Eel at 112, we don't have to come back to these until like 186. Like, we got a long while before we need to do this again. Like Puffer Eel, or more so just Eel, because I don't even think you get the Puffer part for that. Oh, no, you do get it again at 150, never mind. Yeah, there's another one at 131, 150. And then after that, there's one at 186. Alright, so there's a little bit of that we'd still have to come back for. Some of the original 200 mil all guys are playing. That's kind of crazy. But yeah, I normally don't check out private servers, but I don't know, I would give it a shot. At least like 4 or 5 people have asked me if I've known about it or something. So I could definitely check it out. It's always fun starting a new account. And starting a new account in 2004, gosh, it's gonna be so nostalgic. Because that's when I first played. Honestly, probably where a lot of people first played. I mean, not a lot, but you know. And even like the ultra OGs. Who didn't play during Classic, but did start in RuneScape 2. A lot of them likely started in 2004, 2005, and I started in pretty early 2004. There's lines of people mining Rune Essence? Oh gosh, that's so nostalgic. Oh, that's hilarious. I'm trying to think, what even dropped Rune Essence back then? Because it wasn't until around 2006 or so where they started putting, like 2006 or 2007, where they started putting Rune Essence in so many different drop tables. And eventually got to a point where it was a joke to even mine it. But I'm trying to think, is there even a single thing? Because I don't think the Abyss exists in 2004. So you can't even kill the abyssal creatures for Rune Essence. Also, Slayer doesn't exist, so you don't even have that one drop off of abyssal creatures, or whatever it's called, the level 85 that drops whip. What I forget its name. Abyssal something. But, yeah, because I know that was, like, I think one of the first ones in 2005 was those abyssal creatures that dropped, like, 60 at a time or something, pure essence. Which is such a small drop these days, but back in the day, that was actually a pretty hefty drop. Like, you saw that drop, and it's like, oh, that just saved me, like, 10, 15 minutes of Rune Essence mining. Hello, Tate. Welcome. There's something I'm really hoping that Brighter Shores plays very safely. I really absurdly hope that boss drop tables are not flooded, especially raid drop tables, but boss and raid drop tables. I hope they are not flooded with gatherable resources in any way, shape, or form. Even if there's just a small amount. Like, even if you only get a few per hour, there's already way too many. It's a big mistake that late stage RuneScape 2 and every stage RuneScape 3 and old school RuneScape went down way too far. In that they just bloated every single boss and raid with infinite resources. So you never need to actually gather anything ever again. Which basically kills Forager, Fisher, Gatherer, Woodcutting, Mining, and I guess technically Delver in next chapter. Like, it would kill them all instantly if you start flooding drop tables with them. Like, the way it currently works, where you got a little bit from combat, it's fine, because you're never going to get enough from it. In the current state of how it's balanced, like, that's good. But bosses also need to be scaled that way, and raids and everything. You saw me yesterday? Yeah. I did still have internet because I was running off the phone. So if any of you guys were wondering why I was still on, but not really talking or anything, it was because I was on Steam Deck, running off my phone's internet. Because even though I didn't have electricity for a few hours, I still had, you know, everything still had power as far as devices. So I was still able to do the phone internet off the Steam Deck. Or the phone internet for the Steam Deck. It's not good enough to stream off of, but it's good enough to play the game. It's not like Brighter Shores requires much. It's a pretty low intensity game, connection-wise. It's just streaming it and playing it off that connection wouldn't have been possible. You don't want a forger merge? They actually mentioned they are not doing a forging merge, by the way. The community manager did say that in the Q&A, but they will not be doing one. What I was talking about earlier was not necessarily a merge. I was just talking about bossing kind of killing the need to do resource gathering. I'm hoping they never do. But no, as it currently stands, they do not plan to do a forging merge. It was mentioned by the community manager, but Andrew Gower, like a day or two later, just reconfirmed, like, hey, we're not doing that. Honestly, I do think they're distinct enough. Forger, you get monument pieces and all the low-tier potions. Gatherer, you get the low-tier fear as well as all the better strength potions for combat. Delver, you end up getting, assumably, armor-making supplies and builder supplies, while also still feeding into the general alchemy loop that every single one of them would always do. So they have enough uniqueness between each other. And of course, Gatherer is also used for bone rate. So far, of the three, I would say Gatherer is probably the most useful. If I was to post 200 any of the three Gathering, even though I am still going to be going for Delver all the way. But not counting the fact that we'll be going for 500 Delver, I do feel like Gatherer is the most useful of the three currently. It's just we don't know everything that Delver is going to be used for. Even though I do probably plan to get it 500. Just because I'm already doing so much other things from that chapter to 500. But yeah, I guess that's the poll for tomorrow then. Or maybe I don't even need to poll it. I was gonna say, yeah, maybe we try 2004 Scape then. Who knows, maybe we even do it tomorrow. Oh no, would you guys want to see that tomorrow? I've had a bunch of people ask for it. Basically what RuneScape was like during my childhood. As well as probably a lot of our childhoods. Because I'd love to give that a shot. Make a new account. Just kind of mess around for the entire duration while we're doing Brighter Shores stuff. It'll be a half and half. Where half the screen will be Brighter Shores, half will be 2004 Scape. Which is pretty much the start of, like, peak RuneScape. But yeah, we'll do it tomorrow. I just gotta figure out how to download it and everything. But yeah, we'll do it. I've been convinced. I will try 2004 Scape. How can you still play it? Someone made a private server for it. And apparently it's a really popular private server. I normally don't mess with private server stuff, but it's probably one of the most popular ones in a while. It's basically an archive of the game back in the day. And I think they're working on it to get it up to all 2004 content. And then after that, they're going to slowly rotate out newer content. Like all the updates from 2005, then all the updates from 2006, so on and so forth. I believe Classic WoW did that, right? Like the official Classic WoW server. Didn't they do something along those lines? Where they started from basically scratch one almost, and then started adding update after update after update, but chronologically as far as what happened. But that's basically what they're doing, but for unofficially for RuneScape. As it is not officially supported by them, so it could get shut down at any point. But I don't think it would. It's mostly just an archiving project for the glory days of RuneScape. But knowing modern Jagex, I wouldn't be surprised if they eventually try to destroy it. So we gotta get in while they're still going. Oops, I forgot to go sell everything. Oh yeah, we hit 119 Forger. Let me go sell and go head over to the thingy then. Alright, we're out of here. Let's go to forging for a bit. Because the amount of time we have to do Forger is about the amount of time on our timer right now, so it'll work out perfectly. This is the timer for when we do our next double chef run. But it should only take about an hour and a half or so, give or take a little bit to go do the monument grind. So I'm gonna do that right now that we have 119. Then we'll go back to fishing the rest of stream. A little bit of cooking in between. That should be everything we need. Off we go. And here I will be dumping all knowledge into Chef, I think? I kind of want to put it into Forger, to be honest, though. I'm tempted to keep putting it into Forger. Just because I really need 149 so badly. So we can go back to fishing properly. Like when we do like AFK full room fishing. So you know what, maybe I will just put it into Forger. We're still in a bit of a dead zone for Forger right now. Where the resources we're getting we really don't care about. We're not at the point where we care about the resources yet. In all fairness, for fishing we never care about the resource, we only care about the XP. But we do eventually reach a foraging level. Where we care about things other than just monument pieces. Like the actual things we're collecting for potions. So hello, Pelican. Welcome, welcome. Oh, is that what the Classic Wild ended up doing? Okay, thank you, Pickin. Or Pelican, I mean. Yeah, to my understanding, I believe that's what 2004 Scape is doing. But first, they're working on fully developing 2004. Because they're basically recoding the whole game from scratch. Let's go get our monument pieces. First time bonus. Yeah, we'll go finish the monument, then we'll go back to fishing then. Actually, we'll finish the monument, then go cooking, then go back to fishing. As it will be time for our chef run by then. But yeah, that will be our game plan then. Tomorrow we'll do Brighter Shores with 2004 Scape. And then after that, we'll do this weekend with Old School RuneScape with Brighter Shores. And we'll just do the half and half. I guess you guys prefer it a different way. But the current plan is doing the half and half like we did during leagues. But the left half is Brighter Shores and the right half is other game. I won't be doing that for all games in the future. But we've kind of already been doing it with RuneScape, so it's like, yeah, let's just keep doing it that way. As long as it works. Because the alternative would have to be either like a very, very small Brighter Shore screen somewheres, or just do separate streams. If we do separate streams, it's a lot less Brighter Shores. As if we do one of the other ones for like 6 or 8 hours, it's 6 or 8 hours that we're not doing Brighter Shores. Whereas doing the half and half is really easy to do both simultaneously. I mean, not easy, but possible. Oh, so I seen a new duo boss that came out yesterday is winning for Old School RuneScape. So I might be doing that a little bit more tomorrow then. Or not tomorrow, I mean the weekend. The only problem with that is that's the only piece of content on that list that we could legitimately die on. And it has a ability that actually can wipe you within about 3 seconds. Maybe even 2 seconds. I forget the interval on it. But yeah, I believe it's like 3.6 seconds it can kill you for your entire HP bar. Because I have looked up its mechanics and everything. I haven't actually fought it yet. But you pretty much always have to preemptively on a hardcore always check what the mechanic of something is. It looks pretty straightforward, even to solo it. So we'll see if we can get someone to duo with. So if anyone in chat wants a duo, let me know for that when we do that this weekend. For either Chambers of Xeric or the new duo boss or anything. I think they added a new official world for it, so worst comes to worst, I could just find someone there. But I'd rather grab someone from chat. Oh, did I forget a monument piece on the last cycle? Oh no. I was like, wait, why am I missing one piece? What happened? We're 1 piece short. Where did all 1 piece go? Yeah, that'll be the game plan tomorrow then. We'll try 2004 Scape and relive our childhood. Even more so than what Brighter Shores is to that degree. As that server is basically exactly what it was back in the day. Because I think they've only developed free-to-play as well at the moment. So it's almost 1-to-1 exactly what it was. I'm not sure what we're going to go grind for. I guess I should primarily mean magic. Because I know early game magic in any state of RuneScape has been really, really, really good. I believe even in 2004 it was fine. Because I believe they had rune crafting by then. It wasn't that good in Classic. Well, I shouldn't say it wasn't that good in Classic, but it was really expensive to use in Classic. But when they added rune crafting, it became way cheaper to go do magic. But yeah, I think I am dumping all knowledge into Forger. As I do not want to end tomorrow without 149 Forger. The only slight downside of that is it's going to be slightly hard to do 2004 Scape and Forager at the same time. As Water Lily is not too AFK, but probably more AFK than some of the other ones. Starfish... I don't know, I guess Starfish isn't too bad. Potato's not AFK. Hogberry's not AFK. And then we hit our goal. I don't know, when I say not AFK though, I don't know, it's still like pretty chill to do multitask-wise. I know, we played enough RuneScape that we should be able to be fine. We just gotta get our APM to like 200 per minute. Because 2004 Scape would still be running on a 0.6 tick system. So that's a lot of downtime. Not a lot. 0.6 seconds, but you know. It's more than what Brighter Shores has by almost double. As far as the time between every turn you take. One thing that's also going to be funny when we do 2004 Scape tomorrow is I'll be doing Brighter Shores on one side, 2004 Scape on the other side, and I will still be clicking the trees for old school. I won't have it on screen, but our guy will still be trying for that beaver. I want to get it before we run out of membership. He's like 3 times over drop rate. I think we're at like 80-something million woodcutting right now. We've been doing it literally every second of Brighter Shores pretty much other than leagues. I said, hello, every color. Welcome. Hope all's been well. Been away for a couple days, but congrats on 200 Hope Forest. Thank you. Yep, we finally got it done on, I think, Tuesday. And now we're grinding Hopeport until the final 3 200s. Not kind of combat, of course. But the final 3 non-combats. And right now we're working on Fisher, as you can tell. We are currently fishing. But no, we're trying to get to 112 Fisher. I'm just doing the 1 monument upgrade. But it's the only Forager I plan to do today. I will be dumping all XP from Knowledge into Forager, though. But as far as, like, actually actively foraging, will only be doing, the Monument upgrade that we're doing right now. The rest is going to be fishing to 112. And then off-stream, I'll keep pushing up Forager. And the end goal for tomorrow is 149 Forager, so we can actually start doing AFK fishing properly. For better XP rate. Is this when we can start doing the Limperts on the beach? Or limpets, whatever they're called. You finally got Lost and Found done? Nice. Oh yeah, speaking of which, my alt account should have it done by next week's Tuesday, I believe. So next week's Tuesday, we're probably doing double Lost and Found. It takes under an hour to do, but we gotta do it twice. Hopefully we can get it under an hour for both of them combined. These are basically on a 1-hour timer when you drink the +2 boost potion. I know for sure you can get the whole quest done in that time, as long as we don't dilly-dally. I think the quest might actually be close to like 20-ish minutes. There's a little bit of back and forthing that you gotta do, though. I can't remember if you can get everything preemptively or not. I'm pretty sure you can. The only thing I think you can't get preemptively is the knife. Though even that you might be able to, I'm not sure. Because I think your character needs to know about the knife before you can get the knife. You can't just simply sequence break and get the knife. Even if you know where the knife is. Oh, you did get the knife early? Okay. So you can do it at any point. Okay, I'll grab it when I route for the smithing material then. As we need to head over there anyways to go claim the 58 smithing requirement. So when I claim the 58 smithing requirement, I also gotta remember to go grab the knife then. Just so we don't have to double back there. That worked out perfectly then. Yeah, you just need to get this shiny thing from the box first. Which I don't have on either of my 2 accounts yet. But you get that really early on in the quest. Like pretty much right at the start. You just don't know what to use it for until later in the quest. But if you already know what to do, you actually already immediately know what to use it for. So we're in a really weird cycle. Normally this would fill us up completely, but I accidentally forgot to take one of these because they're weird shape. And now every single time I'm 1 off on the cycle. I want to go check something real quick. Brighter Shores has slightly less than 1,000 people playing right now. How many people does a 2004 Scape have? Actually, what's it even called? If I just type in 2004 Scape, would it come up? Google 2004 Scape. Ultra RuneScape 2004 local Lost City. I think this is the one. I understand. How do I check player count? Play game. Yeah, high definition. 100. They don't have a total number. 200, 300. There's about 400 people playing right now. It's actually not horrible. Yeah, there's 400 people approximately playing 2004 Scape right now. I don't know, we'll try it out tomorrow just for fun. I don't think I would farm it up though. Like I definitely don't plan to like max skills or anything in that or anything. I'll give it a shot. But yeah, it currently has like half the player base of Brighter Shores. So it's not doing too bad. And that's like a week after launch, because I believe it's been out for at least several days now. I just haven't gotten around to it. What's my foraging tools? 25, 10, 10. I was originally going to leave them at 0, but it just wasn't worth it. You end up utilizing them enough to justify upgrading them. But yeah, Trowel is definitely the most useful. It's actually the only of these 3 tools that get used while doing Fisher plus Forager as well. As you need it for the shells on the beach. But yeah, Trowel's the most useful of the 3, but they're all used quite a bit. Like for post 200, the most useful one is actually Secutors. Is the main thing you need to start doing post 200 is a Secutor related one. But at least pre 200, Trowel is by far the most useful. As well as if you're combining Forager plus Fisher. As all the things that you get while doing fishing are either no tool or Trowel. None of them are the other 2 tools. But post 200, you would need all of them pretty much 25'd. If you're planning on, like, farming it up. But yeah, pre 200, 25, 10, 10 is fine. Even just 10 all is fine. I just always like getting my 125 tool at least for every single thing. For whatever the primary training method is. I do need to get a level 10 co-op net at some point, though. Post 200, there's definitely some areas where you kind of have to do it. Pre 200, you can get away with just spearing it, though. But post 200, even if you're doing the solo, I think there's some areas where you actually use the net over the spear. I don't plan to do it anytime soon, though. If I'm going any amount post 200, I'm doing it to 226. So we can get the new venture. But aside from the adventure unlock, I don't really plan to do any post 200 fishing. At least no time soon until it's like actually viable. Because ideally I want to bank them for something useful. Rather than just dropping them on the ground. But right now they're not used for anything useful. There's one thing that's going to slow the end of our foraging grind though. Once we get to a certain level for Forager, we're going to be at the point where we don't drop everything anymore. As I believe as soon as we hit 161 Forager, every single thing we touch is worth banking. The kelp, worth banking. It's the second best healing pot. Wall plant, worth banking. It's the second best healing pot for the kelp. These periwinkles and shells, they're for 8% XP pots. Not as good as 10%, but you can mass make them really quickly. Potato, you need that for cooking. Nettle, you need that for 10% XP pots, and then your max. As soon as we hit 161, we actually start needing every material. It's one of the reasons I want to keep knowledging it. As 161 is basically the threshold where it becomes viable to do so. Like, to actually stop knowledging and actually, like, gather everything and bank everything. That's the point in which everything is worth actually keeping. But until then, we're pretty much dropping almost everything we get other than mining pieces. And potatoes, because I do want some of those potatoes. Yep, 6 gold. We're getting there. I didn't even think about that. Everything we're doing today does make money. It doesn't make a lot of money, but it does make money. I'm not sure what I'm using this money on, though. Because I've finally gotten all the tools I need. I guess we could push for a level 40 pickaxe. For the 1% bonus. Sorry, 2% bonus. It's definitely tempting. And we need to go double check the cost of that. Because I know we're nowhere close. But I believe we're close enough where it's not horrifically bad to go do. I definitely won't go for 50 though. But I'm really highly considering the 40 upgrade. It's still pretty pricey though. Let me double check Enchantress. If it's ever gonna load. Hello? Oh, not Enchantress. I mean Enchantress shop. Also, this one over in this corner is so hard to hit on Steam Deck. It looks like it's just as hard on PC. Oh, never mind. It wasn't spawned yet. I was going to say. Shouldn't it be right there? But there it is. That one is really hard to click on Steam Deck. Because it's right at the edge. It normally doesn't want to click. We are here. And we're considering trying to get to here. Ooh, that's pricey. It might be worth it, though. It's 30-something gold. I think that's actually worth it. That is so pricey. That's basically the cost of one tool upgrade to 25 for 2% extra mining XP. We're doing enough mining that I think I could justify it. I think we're going for level 40 pickaxe. It's tempting. How much gold is that? That is 33. It's slightly less than 33 gold. We could do that. It's not too bad. It's a lot, but it's not that bad. It's for a permanent 2% extra mining bonus forever. I wouldn't go any further than that, though. Because we're already going to have like 10-ish gold by the time we finish Hopeport. So all we have to do is scrap together like another 20. Between Merchant, Leatherworker. Or even just Merchant. Because I need to get those up anyways. And then boom, we're good to go. So that might actually be the game plan there. Hey, Detective Santa's over here. Wait, what is he doing not being in chapter, Wait, what's going on here? Wait. He's not in chapter 4. He hasn't gotten 500 all yet, right? What is he doing? That's illegal. He's left his prison. What is this? I guess he got tired of merchant. He got tired of merchant leatherworker, so he finally bailed. Honestly, I would too. He got that merchant burnout. Hey, speaking of leaderboards, we actually been climbing, oddly enough. But I guess that kind of is a byproduct of, you know, gaining levels and everything. That would happen. If you train the skills that are below 200, your number goes up quicker. So it makes sense that as we're training things that are below 200, we're getting good EXP rate. Because it's like 4 times quicker than doing post 200. But the only real exception being merchant, just because it's so absurdly quick. Yeah, we're slowly getting there. You have to keep in mind, once they get to like 3,600, they're going to slow down a lot. Because on average, around 3,600 is when you have 200 all. Not always if you go for a bunch of 500s. But generally speaking, the average person here is 200 all. Casey and Miles ES are a bit of an exception to that. But most other people here are pretty much 200 all. Actually, I guess Rockstat is an exception too. He's really heavy on the mines area. Like, really heavy on it. As I believe he's rank 1 Mines of Matubin. I would never do that, though. Rank 1 Mines of Matubin would take so long. It's definitely going to be the last area to ever have 500 all. By quite a margin. Like, the second to last area... Honestly, I think someone will have 200 all Stonewall Hill before someone has 200 all, or sorry, 500 all, I mean. I think someone will have 500 all Stonewall Hill, potentially, before 500 all Mines of Matubin. That is how slow Mines of Matubin is. Maybe not, because that could easily be, like, several months away. But it'll definitely be quicker, if nothing else. But yeah, there's none slower than Mines of Matubin. I'm not sure if there will ever be a chapter slower than Mines of Matubin to get 500 all in. Because for one, the chapter would have to have 5 skills instead of 4. But also 3.5 of those 5 skills are really slow. More so just 3. But if you're banking absolutely everything for mining to feed the other skills, it's pretty slow. Because you have a lot higher priority to need a bank compared to like Forager and a few other things, Fisher, stuff like that. Like you pretty much have to bank when you're doing miner. Which for some like Carbonese and such slows it down by a lot. It's the main thing that makes mining slow. It's not that mining itself is slow. It's that mining while banking everything is slow. Alright, this is around the time when the stream disconnected yesterday. Let's hope not again. It already did this morning. But luckily that was before the stream, so hopefully it won't do it again. Hopefully we don't get another blackout. It's kind of weird because our HOA and everything didn't mention anything about it. Not like the HOA does anything to begin with. Not sure what we're paying them for. Because it feels like they never do anything. About to gain a forging level just from these monument pieces. We're almost halfway done with the monument. Well, not the whole monument, but you know, the current stage of the monument. Halfway point is like 300 something. Foraging. I said, hello, Jay. Welcome, welcome. Should you be using your vault keys at certain times or events? Oh, for Gems of War, you can use them whenever. The only time you generally don't want to use them, ironically, is during a vault event. Just because time is better spent doing the vault event rather than using vault keys that you're getting from the vault event. But no, you can use them whenever. Sometimes people wait until certain things go into drop table. Like, for example, I don't think the 10-year anniversary items have been put in the drop table yet. So if you didn't get them at the 10-year anniversary, you might want to wait another month or so until they are added to the drop table. But aside from that, you can open them whenever. Unless you're waiting on a specific tarot card to go into drop table. Also, that's something I really hope that Brighter Shores never adds. 2 times EXP weekends. He did that the first time around in RuneScape. And I'm not a fan. It basically makes it so all production skills have to wait until it's a 2 times EXP weekend. Also, it makes the entire economy shifted based on what the 2 times EXP rate is. Their solution for Brighter Shores is you just get like small EXP pots to always use. Rather than like a weekend where you get like a huge burst. I wouldn't mind a weekend event in this game, though, but it has to be way weaker than what he did last time with 2 times XP for RuneScape 3. Or RuneScape 2 back in the day. I don't mind the concept of weekend events in games, though. I just feel like a lot of them lead to burnout. Because of how viable it is to farm during that time, compared to not during that time. In pretty much every game they're ever applied to. I know Pokemon Unite had that issue. It's one of the things that actually made me stop playing Pokemon Unite. Is they made like mega weekends at the beginning of every single weekend of every month. That you basically just had to farm. And it made farming at any other point just so irrelevant. Compared to how much you get during those weekends. Which made playing the game at all when it wasn't that weekend just feel so bad comparatively. It's the biggest issue that a lot of games like that have with like a boost weekend. Is it makes all other time when you're not boosted feel so bad compared to when you are boosted on the weekend. Like, I wouldn't mind its implementation in Brighter Shores in order to get people to like a certain area. I was mentioning it like the first month, but almost like a 5% bonus for a chapter to get people to like horde to a certain chapter. Like, let's say there's like a 5% Hope Forest weekend or something. Or 5% Mines of Matubin weekend. Like, it's not so broken that you wouldn't train it without it. But it's strong enough that the population of that chapter would, like, go up by 3 or 4 times during the duration. Compared to every other chapter. Or, you know, compared to how it normally is. Like, it's just enough of a bonus to justify farming there, but not so high that you would put off farming there until the bonus. You would simply just always farm there, and if you happen to have the bonus, it's like, oh yeah, nice. But it wouldn't be required to, like, actually properly get XP there. Because I feel like that'd be a nice feature once they have, like, 10 plus chapters. Some kind of occasional weekend event, or even week-long event, or whatever they do for it, that kind of hoards some people to a certain chapter, so that the chapter is far more populated. Because eventually the player base is going to go thinner and thinner. Even if we go back up to, like, 10, 20,000 player base, it'd barely be noticeable for, like, 10 plus chapters. And everyone's spread across those 10 plus chapters. You kind of need something to occasionally get people into one specific chapter, just so it looks really populated. That one guy's name was Lucian. Gosh, why is it every single RuneScape reference I notice immediately? He has like a whole storyline in RuneScape 3 and old school RuneScape. He's honestly probably one of the evilest villains that the game has ever had. At least old school RuneScape side. RuneScape 3, I'm not sure if they've had someone even eviler. It's one of those characters that's almost like comically evil for the sake of being evil's sake. Like, he does have motives. But his main motive is almost just simply being evil. Alright, we're halfway done. That didn't take too long. It took like half an hour. Then we do the other half and then go to cooking. Perfect. I keep going to cooking. It's technically called chef. Same difference. The act of cooking. It's not like we're going to get a second cooking skill. Could you imagine? Chef 2.0. I know, we could always get the baker profession. Or the bartender. Actually, a baker profession honestly wouldn't be that bad. I had a pastry minigame where you have to decorate stuff. I know, that's when he needs to start scraping the bottom of the barrel. After he has like 100 skills in the game or something. It's like, what one should we do next? I wonder if this game would hit that point where they start somewhat running out of ideas. Technically, there's infinite possibilities, so you would almost never run out. But at some point, they would run low on ideas. By, like, chapter 25. The grass-cutting profession. The landscaper profession. Hey, has the word scape in it. Not RuneScape, but landscape. That would be funny, though. Just randomly going to a zone and, like, terraforming a tile as a shortcut. Instead of building a bridge, you're just gonna, like, terraform a couple tiles, and it's like, there we go. I can walk here now. Though in all fairness, that would work with this tile-based system. Like, I'm mentioning that as a joke, but it actually is legitimately something that could work due to how the tile system works. I'm still curious what some of those ideas will be by chapter 20-something, though. When they, like, truly have almost ran out of ideas. Because they're gonna keep going. We'll find something. Like, I feel like up to chapter 10 or 12, every single profession will make sense. But I feel like after that, we're gonna get some curveballs that are like, what? Or you could definitely tell, it's not that they're running out of ideas, but they're definitely scraping the bottom of the barrel at some point. That guy's called Finn Soldier for Finn Research. Because I keep forgetting that they're called Finn Research now. Like, I know they're not called Jagex, obviously. But I keep forgetting that they're called Finn Research. What are they researching? Sounds like a lab. Sounds like a lab of someone who'd have an eye patch and an evil lair. The Finn Research Facility. Where the Finn stands for deaf. I just realized something funny. We're getting 200 all non-combat by Valentine's Day. I knew that we're doing it by Valentine's Day, it's just kind of funny. Because Valentine's Day is kind of passive and everything. So we're getting all the non-combats up before Valentine's. Then we can start working on combat. No, I'm not working on combat until after the combat rework. I just really hope it doesn't happen on the 2 days I'm away, though. Because it will be gone the 17th and 18th. I won't be gone. I'll still be locally, but, you know. Work is getting done on the house, and I need to not be around. And I won't have my normal setup to stream off of. I feel like a little mini vacation. Do love, not war. It's kind of funny, too, because I actually live in a vacation area. So I can actually legitimately have a vacation while being locally. This is a really heavy tourist area. It is everything that there is to do here I've already done so many times. So it's not as touristy compared to like someone else coming into this area. And yes, we are still dumping everything into Forger. Because I want to hit the point where we can finally start banking actually useful material. Our Chef doesn't really hit a point where it does anything better. Fisher doesn't really hit a point where it does anything better. But Forger does. It's the only one of the three where it reaches a certain level range where we actually care about the material we get from it. So we gotta skip past all the one we don't care about to get to the actual good stuff. But yeah, as soon as we finish this monument step, we'll go do Chef, reset the timer, and then, yeah, back to 112 fishing grind. These 112 fishing grinds are gonna take a little bit. It's like a good 5-ish hour grind from where we're at right now. Like 4 to 5 hours. Like, it's not a short grind. It's not a long grind, but it's also not a short grind. I can get it done in a day, but it's a decent chunk of time still. I'm glad that our grinds are still measured in days, though. Like, within a day, like hours. Because after we have 200 all, any grind we ever do will be measured in days, not hours. And if we start doing 500s, they'll be measured in weeks, not days, not hours. Which, that's going to be a nightmare once that starts happening. Like when we start doing 500 all combat. At absolute best case scenario, it's going to take 3 weeks to max a skill. Realistically, it's going to take a month per 500. But depending on how much power creep is added with the combat rebalance, best case scenario, it's 3 weeks per 500. Which in best case scenario is what? 3 months to go get 500 all combat. In best case scenario. That's longer. Actually, that's not longer than we played up to this point, but it's basically the total amount of time we played up to this point. And it's likely to take even longer than that. That's in like the best case scenario of power creep for combat. Could even be slightly longer. But I feel like combat's going to be a lot more interesting. As any drop, you might finally get a good item. And obviously that's with special attacks in the game, that's with the skill tree in the game, that's with all the changes finally implemented. As well as the plus 60 for crafting, which helps quite a bit as well. To be able to get better gear for higher level range. For lower level range, that doesn't mean anything. But it'll help a lot from the 200 to 400-ish grind. That extra plus 60. Like pretty much like the mid-game of combat. Or at least the middle section of it. Not sure if you'd call that mid-game. Honestly, everything around like slightly under 200 I would say is probably mid-game. Like the 20 to 200 area. 200 to 400, I'm not sure what you'd call that. Like early, late game? It's definitely late game. I wouldn't call it end game though. Because realistically, especially when it comes to combat, end game is only 500. It wouldn't be considered any other number. But 200 to like that 499 area is pretty much late game. Just to different degrees. Because it definitely feels a lot different around like 200 to 210 than it would from like the final 10. Even though they both probably take about the same amount of time. But your ability to gear for the higher level range gets increasingly harder. If you don't have like super high production skill or access to trading. Whereas crafting gear for like 250 isn't that bad. Because after the rework, you don't need a 190 skill to craft a 250. Which is even 200. That's still pre-200. Whereas to be able to make a 500, even with this plus 60, you need really absurdly deep post 200. Like we're talking an extra 200 levels on top of that. which all take 4 times as long. I think we'll need a few more inventories, and then we're back to chef. Then we gotta go on a cooking spree. I just do want to clear out every last contract we have. I'll probably do the Stonewall Hill grind first, and do everything over there. And by Stonewall Hill, I mean Century. Same difference. It's the gate to get to Stonewall Hill. The rocky road. Oh, so this next Fear Potion should be the last one we need to drink, luckily. Now we're good to go. Which means we're actually going to be really early on Chef then. Because our next reset's not for another like 50 minutes. The timer was just to get there early. Which means we're going to be there way too early, but I'm probably still going to run all of our contracts though while we're there. If I'm going to do that, that means I need to go extend the timer then. Let's see, what time is it right now? Yeah, that'd work. Alright, the timer has been extended to what I believe is the correct time. Because I'm not going to need a double dip. Because we're going to be single dipping way too early. But I'm already going to be in the area, so we might as well. Gotta keep working that 200 chef up somehow. I normally wouldn't be too paranoid about the contracts, but this is one of the 2 really big dead zones. Everything up to 170 and then everything up to 200. Tacit Monument. Yep, we're getting there. Does anyone know what level you need to get to the top? Because I just completely forget. I don't think you get to do it pre-200. But if you do, we get to see it finally. There's nothing up there as far as reward quite yet. But you do get to look down at everyone. Atop your high tower. It's a pretty cool looking tower. It's fully cosmetic though. Also, whatever reward we're going to be getting from it, they also mention is cosmetic. So even once there is a reward associated to it, it's still purely cosmetic. Oh, Valerie, isn't that the 500 Fisher person? I think that's the person that covered the comprehensive fishing guide. I would love to start doing that for 500 skills. But the only 500s we're going to be getting anytime soon are mining, smithing. In which case you don't really need a smithing guide, more so a mining guide. So mining and the entirety of combat are the only 2 500s we're going to have anytime soon. Within the next half a year. So if we were to cover a definitive, like, how to do skill guide, those are the only 2 we could really cover. It's all the intricacies of combat and mining. Technically smithing as well, but there's nothing to really guide for smithing. You just kind of do smithing. The guide to smithing is go do 500 mining. And then just process everything. And just always do the one that gives the best XP for amount of material. Like the best XP per material. Even if it's slightly less XP per hour. Like, that's the entirety of the smithing guide. Like, there's no guide. The guide to 500 smithing is go get 500 mining. And then just do whatever one is the best ratio of XP per bar. Oh, so we're getting really close to level 3,300. We should hit it this stream, I think. Or at least pretty close. Because we need 17 levels. We'll be getting 11 of those from Fisher. So I'd have to scrap together 6 more from Forager and Chef. Which might be done. Just the knowledge alone into Forager probably gets us to, probably enough. And then the contract from cooking gets us at least a 159 between everything. So yeah, we'll easily get 2 cooking levels in for Forager then. But as far as actually doing foraging, these monument pieces are the last that we're doing all stream. For Forager specifically. The rest is just gonna be cooking fish. Not cooking fish directly, but some of them will be cooking fish. I mean doing chef and fish. Not necessarily cooking the fish that we're catching. Because why would you do that? There's one thing that feels a little bit weird about the fish and cooking synergy. Like, you don't even get to cook them all. I think the weirdest part is that there's some fish that are used for nothing. I think the main thing that throws me off is pufferfish and flounder are used for nothing. Like, I don't necessarily mind the fact that you can't eat food yet or anything and they add that as a later feature. But the fact that they added 2 fish that quite literally have the purpose of you either drop them on the ground or sell them is kind of bad. Chapter 2 has the same issue with bitter fruit and detangle fruit. In that they have absolutely no purpose whatsoever other than being sold. Nor can they be banked. Flounder and pufferfish have the same issue for Fisher. Where they have absolutely no purpose whatsoever. I guess this is for reward space down the line, of course. And that, you know, there might be something down the line from a quest or something else where you can start utilizing them. Maybe a master chef sometime time in Hopeport teaches you how to properly prep pufferfish without killing someone. Let's try saying that 5 times fast. Properly prep pufferfish. Properly prep pufferfish. Properly prep pufferfish. There we go. Get all the peas into the pop filter. Mike's probably like popping like crazy right now. Too many peas. I do have a pop filter thingy on it, but it can only help so much. Oh, Valerie's working on foraging now. Oh, so I still haven't checked her full guide, by the way. I've checked the beginning of it, but it was so long I haven't actually watched the whole thing yet. I need to at some point. She covered like a 1 hour long comprehensive Fisher guide. I already know generally what we need to do for everything, though. And a lot of it comes down to what you want to prioritize as well. Is foraging, I mean, Fisher does have synergy with combat and for Forager. Depending on which one you want to prioritize. Because every fish has some amount of downtime. Other than puffer eel. Besides from puffer eel, every fish has downtime on them. So it really comes down to what you prioritize the downtime with. But it really comes down to what you want to prioritize more, combat or foraging. In our case, that's foraging. Hey, when's wall plant, by the way? Wall plant's at 167. Interesting. When is the deep flounder? Is it before eel? One of the flounders are, not the other one, though. The really deep flounder is not the one. Because this was the deep flounder that you're stuck at for a while. And then you get that eel. Yeah, I think we stopped doing Forager for a while once we get to level, 149. As it then allows us to get to 161 off of dropping stuff. As for the Fisher grind, we actually don't ever need higher. The only exception is wall plant, where I can do wall plant into leopard eel. Though we could technically do that all the way to 200. It just skipped mana ray. Because we basically have to do eel all the way from 186 to 200. We don't have to, but it's likely what we're doing. There's a synergy with some of the forager that we'd get along on the way. We could do periwinkle, we could do wall plant. They both have synergy into eel. Alright, that should officially be our last sphere potion. I said the previous one would be. The one we just drank definitely is. Oh, where am I going? I was about to turn back into Monument. A little early. But yeah, when we do 2004 Scape tomorrow while doing Brighter Shores, I guess we'll do a poll on when people first played RuneScape. Either during the classic years, during the RuneScape 2 years, during the complete downfall to present, and then one for never having played. Because last I recall, the never having played RuneScape was actually surprisingly high. I know one of the memes for this game is that every single player is just like an old school, or you know, RuneScape player of some degree. But it was actually astonishingly high. Like what the percent was of people who've never played RuneScape before, but picked this up as like either their first MMO or just an MMO without having actually played RuneScape, despite it being really RuneScape-like. Oh, we only needed 4? Oh well, thought we needed way more than that. Here we go! Boom! We got a top. I think 1 or 2 more upgrades and we could walk up there. Which is rather convenient because I think that's how many more we get up to max. Because we're at 121 right now. How many more did we get? We get another one at 155. Another at 173. And that's it. Oh, don't tell me you need 228. But yeah, we only get 2 more upgrades until then. I think you'll be able to walk up by then. But we're getting there. Anyways, let's go do Chef. Let's go do Chef and then back to fishing for pretty much the rest of the stream. And then a few Chef breaks here and there, which is what that timer is for, by the way. It's our next double take on Chef. But monument done for today. And almost done for the whole pre-200 grind. We only have to do that 2 more times. All the way to 200. Which is way less than how many we need to do it for the other levels. The first 120 levels, we did it like 5 or 6 times. For the next 80 or 79, we only have to do it twice. This is funny, we had to click every button once. 117 was exactly one of each. Alright, what are we making right now? Should I go grab everything before we even get in there? The problem is whatever the message board is going to tell us to go grab a billion other things, so let me just do the eggs for now. And then we'll double check what our message board is, then go buy all the fish. Because otherwise I'm going to have to go to the fish market twice. The only big issue with this setup is I am actually going to have to go there twice just because of how many Sentry wants. Sentry wants 8, and Enchantress wants 9. I could always cancel these, of course. Well, maybe not Sentry. I can always cancel Enchantress, though. Which I might actually do. Even though it's an easy fish to do, a one-step fish, the fact that it wants 9 of them is just slightly too many. For Sentry, that doesn't matter because the XP turn-in is too high to pass up on. But for something like this, I might have to actually cancel it. But at this point, we're pretty much just fishing the rest of the stream then. I will be dumping all my XP into foraging, but as far as foraging, we don't actually need to train it directly anymore. Not until 125. Which I'm not sure if we're getting that much knowledge between then. We might. But the main goal of the stream is to finish 112 Fisherman. Is our last, like, main goal. Everything else is just extra XP on top of that towards what we're working on. Hey, that reminds me, what's my LZS working on these days? They were just checking up on us. I haven't checked on them for in a while. We're just getting close to passing them. I assume they're working on another 500. Ah, yeah, they're finishing 500 all for Chronopolis. That makes sense. They got past one of the detective dead zones, but they're getting to the other detective dead zone, which is probably why their XP is going so slow. Well, not that slow, but they're trying to get past the biggest dead zone in detective right now. Which is not particularly good XP rate. That's why it's a dead zone. What do we have here? Melv? That's too close. Why are these all so bad? Fine, I'll stick with what I have. Oh no, if I'm going there anyways, do I turn in a quick Melv? Fine, I'll turn these 2 in. Just because I don't have any other contract. Alright, do we have enough room to take all this? Please say yes. I'm still gonna have to double trip, but as long as I only have to go to fish once, it's fine. How many do we have here? 8, 9... That's already... I gotta get rid of the Enchantress, I think. I can do everything in one go if I drop the Enchantress. I think that's worth it for how much XP we gain by not doing it. But I don't know, just taking this instead of the other 2 almost seems better. But no, I'm getting rid of it. Goodbye, Enchantress. Alright, let me buy everything we need here. What even is everything we need here? I need 1 singular oyster. Shopping simulator. 10 rays. 4 eel. And that should be it. Is that everything? Just double checking. Looks fine to me. Alright, now I just need 4 jellies and we're good to go. Everything else just gets cooked 1 step. Actually, that's not true. I need 1 lemon juice as well. 1 lemon juice, 4 jelly. Alright, what am I looking for? Lemon juice. 4 jelly. That should be everything. Yeah, they only use a level 2 material. That's kind of funny. Even though you use it for like the jellies all the way at like 380 or something. The material itself is only stage 1. Oh, there goes our fear potion. Which, you know what? That actually would have been helpful for some of these. So what is our pathing right now? Oh no! South wall is really bad. Oh, that's one bad thing about dropping Enchantress. I literally am going to go to South wall just to turn in South wall. Which is not ideal. Because we're going there literally just for one thing, which wastes a lot of time. But oh no, I'm already making it. I might as well go. It's really not worth it though. Is there anything else on South Wall we can kind of get synergy on? Like literally anything. Hairdresser technically. Oh, it requires so many though. I don't know, we'll see, we'll see. I might actually legitimately do that. It gives so little though. Only 11,000? I can't. That burns too much money. I don't have the mash to go with it. Anyways, let me do this box. Oh yeah, I haven't done the thingy. Whoops. Also, the doggy's still barking. I gave it plenty of attention earlier. It always wants you to go to it, though. Like, if I keep my door completely open, she will never come over here for attention. She wants you to come to her. Someone from the household will probably be back in the next hour or two, though. Let's go do everything over here. Oh, I guess we could do Melv while we're over here. I don't know, I kind of want to do it on the end when we go do the other thing. It'd make the most amount of sense to do Little Lucy, then Sentry in the same pot. Then we go do Melv Captain into South Wall. But if I was to ever get a pet again, I would definitely get a bird or a cat. I've never been a big dog person. I feel like half the dogs I've ever met have hated me. Including this one. What am I doing here? Oyster. Birds are so obnoxious. I kind of want to get a chicken again. Especially now more than ever, now that egg prices are so high. I miss when I used to have 3 chickens and a rooster. I wouldn't get a rooster again, though. But I would get, like, 2 chickens. Especially if egg prices are going to keep up at a current rate. Yeah, chickens are quite a bit different than a cage bird. I'm not sure if I would get a cage bird. They are kind of annoying. Like, chickens actually have, like, an actual benefit. But still have a lot of the benefits of having a bird. There's higher maintenance than a normal bird. But they also pay you back. And with current egg prices. Quite a bit, actually. Yeah, there's a couple years that I had 3 chickens. And we never needed a once buy-in single egg that entire time. There's so many spears that we're just handing them out to neighbors. How long do chickens live for? I don't know. Because my chickens actually ended up dying to coyotes or whatever they released. Basically to try to regulate the deer population. Instead of letting people hunt more, they let out a bunch of coyotes that kept killing people's dogs and cattle. So, yeah, that was their solution instead. Instead of letting people hunt more, they let out a bunch of coyotes that killed everything. So I'm actually not sure, because that's how my chickens and rooster died. So they never actually died of natural causes. Actually, I should use a 5% pot there, but that's fine. But I'm actually not sure what the average lifespan is for a chicken. Long enough to make your money's worth. Even pre-egg price hike. I'm not sure how much a chicken costs these days, though. But I know even like 2 decades ago, a chicken would basically pay for itself. if you eat a lot of eggs. They're really high maintenance, though, compared to an average animal. Like, obviously, every animal is, like, some amount of maintenance. But they are particularly high compared to an average animal. Like, compared to a cat or a dog. Or even just a cage bird. And, you know, when I say cage bird, I mean small cage bird. You know, like one you'd have in a house. Because you gotta go build them, like, their whole little area and everything. Unless you have, like, a patio or something, which you can kind of convert into a pen. But most people probably don't have an area that they can convert. Yeah, honestly, chickens are one of my favorite pets I've ever had. Hey, I don't need to do anything here. What am I doing? I'm not sure if I would do it again, though. Because if I ever had to go anywhere, you would always need someone to look after them. Like, even if you're just going away for like a day. The other problem with it in my area is hurricanes as well. As it'd be kind of hard to evacuate chickens. Not impossible, but too much work to bother with. Whereas the area I used to live in when I had the chickens wasn't really under threat of hurricane at any given point. Hurricane Sandy did hit an area near it, but it's inland enough that a hurricane would never directly hit it. Whereas where I live now, a hurricane could easily directly hit here. I think the cutest thing about chickens is when they try to fly. Because they can kind of fly. I'm not sure exactly what you'd call it. Other than an attempt. Like, they pretend they can fly. Hey, chickens are pretty soft. Most bird plumage is. Birds are really lightweight. Because they need to be in order to, you know, fly. So they're really aerodynamic. Which also means very low weight. Really low muscle mass. It's very soft. You'll take care of my chickens if I need. With the little chicken icon, that's funny. No, you do not eat the chicken. You may only eat their eggs. But no, if I was ever get chickens again, I would definitely let it die of natural causes. I would never convert it into food. I don't know, aside from a cat or a small cage bird, I don't think I would ever get any animal at this point that isn't like a utility animal. Like, you know, like a chicken for eggs, or horse for horseback riding, something like that. I would never get a horse these days, though. If you want to talk about high maintenance, gosh. I did ask for one when I was a kid, though. But we eventually settled on chickens instead. Which, honestly, was way more useful anyways. Way less dangerous, too. Not that chickens aren't dangerous. They can scratch you pretty hard. But a horse is definitely more dangerous to a little kid. Chickens are relatively safe, though. But if you're kind of small, then they can kind of do some harm to you. Also got to be careful with your eyes, because obviously those are a very sensitive area that they don't know to not do harm to. Is they're not beyond pecking you in the eye. Wear safety goggles? Well, I always wear glasses, so to some degree that's kind of like safety goggles. Cindy from Australia has a horse. It's very pretty. She keeps sending you pictures. Nice. Yeah, there's a lot of horses nearby here, because there is a bit of farmland and such. But no, I would never try getting a horse, though. They are way, 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 way too high maintenance for a pet. Even just the amount of land you need is absurd. Let alone everything else on top of that. I'm not sure if I clicked save for later instead of use. Quit later on XP pot right now. There we go. Am I jelly? No. But no, if I was to ever get a pet again, it'd be a cat or a bird. Or maybe even both. The cat can chase around a bird. Actually, that's something my dad always jokes with whenever, if he says he'll ever get a pet again. He'll get a bird that the cat can... He's gonna get a dog that can chase a cat that can chase a bird. And just get the full triple set. Though it would be really adorable if he had a bird, a cat, and a dog that all got along with each other. And they just all, like, cuddled together. That'd be so adorable. That'd be very unlikely to happen, though. If you can get a dog species, a cat species, and a bird species that all, like, cuddle up together. Without ever hitting each other or anything. You don't own a cat, your cat owns you. I don't think I would ever get a reptile as a pet, though. The closest thing I've had to having a reptile as a pet, I think, are yard turtles and yard frogs. Where they would occupy the pond and everything. But they weren't, like, house pets or anything. But they did occupy the pond with all the fish. I would also never get an insect pet, like a spider or something. Definitely never would do that. I'm trying to think of what other strange pets you could have. A pet leech would be kind of funny. Let it suck your blood. Didn't they used to use that for, like, medicine back in the day? Because they didn't have, like, the tools to do it properly. So they would literally use, like, leeches for stuff. Not sure how effective that was. Probably not too effective. I would be surprised if there's a conspiracy out there, like it'll suck all the microplastics out of you or something. I can definitely see that being a conspiracy. I don't know, have leech sucking ever been a thing? I know that was used in, like, medicine way back in the day. When they had, like, nothing. I don't recall if it was actually any effective at all or not, though. Like, some people legitimately keep a pet leech. It's not that popular, but it is a thing. I don't know, the scariest one for me would definitely be a spider. Like a poisonous tarantula or a black widow or something. I don't think anyone keeps black widows as pets though, but people do keep, like, still poisonous tarantulas as pets. I don't think anyone would keep a black widow though. There are some in this area I could go catch. Would never ever do that though. Luckily, I haven't actually seen one in this area in probably like 15 years. But I have seen them around. They do exist in this area. They're one of the more poisonous spiders native to America. Not sure if it's the most poisonous one, but it's up there. Or should I say venomous. You just had a dream last night with a bunch of spiders? Oh no. I haven't had a nightmare in a while. Honestly, I don't even remember any dreams I've had in like the last week. I know, we got the triple stack. Oh, so speaking of triple stacks, is that something people even get from fast food? I always notice Wendy's has like triple stacks for stuff. That seems like an unhealthy amount of meat. Like, it's on their menu, but I'm not sure if anyone ever orders it. It seems like way too much meat to ever order. It's like a heart attack waiting to happen. Oh no, don't do it like that. It's gonna make it take longer. Why? He just moved the most inefficient way you could possibly move. Why do it like that? That's unfortunate. The struggles of auto queue. There's literally not a more inefficient way he could have possibly moved than what just happened. There we go, 102, 10 levels to go. Stream does not end until 112 fishing. Or until my electricity goes out again. Whatever one happens first. Either 112 fishing or my power goes out for like another hour. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. But it's happened 2 days in a row now. Luckily it happened before the stream, not during this time. So hopefully they don't do it twice in a day. I assume whatever they're doing, they're probably done with. I sure hope so. Probably just working on a bunch of local electric lines. I do have to say though, one thing that's really surprising, my internet service provider the last few years has actually been really good. Which is really weird because they've actually improved a lot compared to like several years ago. Because it's the same provider for the same package. But the service has been a lot better recently. I haven't really had any issues with it in the last like 4 to 5 years. But I would sure hope so for the price. It's like a little over 100 a month. What do I think about the changes coming to the progression of combat? I'm looking forward to them a lot. We're going to be doing combat only for like months. I'm actually considering getting 500 all combat after the combat rework. That's why we've been doing so little combat, is I'm basically just waiting on the combat rework at this point. But, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It'd be interesting to see how the skill tree works, what kind of builds you can make out of it, how much power creep you can end up getting. Really curious what the min-max builds will end up looking like. Well, we kind of already know. It's going to be so DPS heavy. Because DPS is going to matter way more than durability. But it'd be interesting to see what kind of utilities we have. Also curious to see how special attacks are going to work. Because it almost seems like we can unlock multiple per weapon. And just have one selected. Which is something rather unique compared to his last MMO. In his last MMO, if an item had a special attack, it could only ever have one special attack. And then that item only ever had that one. But it looks like you might potentially be able to have multiple different special attacks on a weapon. You'd likely only be able to have one active at a time on that weapon. But you might be able to have multiple. As far as switching it out for something else. That would have like different utility purposes. Like let's take the yellow mace that we have. One of its special attacks is probably really heavy guaranteed yellow damage. But then another special attack might be some kind of like stun status effect or something. With like really minimal damage, but it applies some kind of like status effect on them. Like I definitely see that being a thing. Or one is more utility based, one is more damage based. And then like maybe some other third one. And you just choose whatever one you need the most. Which, generally speaking, would be the yellow damage guaranteed. Because its yellow chance is so low. But yeah, I assume that's what this menu is used for. Notice how it has like a special attack box? That makes me think that's going to have more than one that you can switch between by clicking on this box. Because if you only had one special attack, it wouldn't make sense to have it like that. But I guess maybe to show the info of it. Okay, I guess maybe you still could. But they have mentioned that you will be able to unlock special attacks from the skill tree. Which means you either start with no special attacks and you gotta get them from the skill tree, or you start with one special attack and you unlock more per weapon from doing the skill tree, where you get the standard special attack that the weapon is known from automatically, but then other utility ones you unlock from the skill tree itself. It is likely the case what that's going to be, though we don't know for sure. All we know during the thing is that they did mention that you'll unlock special attacks from the skill tree. We just don't know if that means you'll literally unlock it and that there's none prior, or if that means you'll have alternative options, where the weapon by default has one, but you'll unlock other additional ones later down the line that are either stronger or do different things or whatever they do. It's either going to buff the one existing one, or it'll add different options. It could be either or, where you only have one special attack, but it keeps getting stronger as you keep going in the skill tree and getting the perks related to it. Or it's going to be like completely different special attacks for utility purposes. But we don't currently know yet. It could just simply be one special attack the whole time and it just keeps getting upgraded. Like 5 or 6 different tiers of the special attack. But it's always the same special attack, just with more and more effects and capability. It'd make sense if it was 6 as well, because it'd probably put a hard cap on rarity. So for example, this tier 5 mace would probably only ever be able to go use... Sorry, tier 4 mace, that's not even tier 5. But that tier 4 mace would probably only be able to... No, never mind, that is tier 5. Wait, I lied. That is a tier 5 mace. Wait, is it? Let me double check. What tier is this mace? This mace is tier... Yeah, it is tier 5. So it is a tier 5 mace. So what they could potentially do is have 6 special attacks that you can unlock from the skill tree. Or technically 5, 1 by default. And everything beyond that 1, you would need to go and spec into the tree. So to be able to have the tier 5 spec for these level 213 or higher mace, you might need to allocate 4 to 5 points into your skill tree for special attack for maces. Or even just into special attacks in general, however they do it. And that would then give you the special attack for that at tier 5 effectiveness. I can see that being a thing. We just don't know how they're currently going to handle it. Because they might make it so you have to node every single individual weapon. Which if they end up doing that, every class is like, what, 12 weapons? So if they were to add 5 per each, to be able to unlock every special attack to max effectiveness, you would have to allocate 60 obelisk points to special attacks. Which sounds fair. That sounds decently fair. But yeah, that's likely how they're going to be doing it, but we don't know for sure. Because you have to keep in mind, you're going to have per chapter, well, not chapter 1 and 2, but for every other chapter, you're going to have 460 points to allocate. So if 60 of them are used for special attacks, I can see that being a thing. Where each weapon ends up getting 5. Where the tier 1-1 you get by default, but then tier 2 to 6 you have to unlock through the skill tree. I can see that being a thing. It's not confirmed, but it's likely the way that they would do it, I would assume. Because they have to allocate 470 points somehow. 470 for the first 2 chapters, 460 for the other 2. So 60 of them be required, 5 per weapon, to unlock the special attack to full effectiveness would make sense. Because they got to fill it with something. Though keep in mind, a lot of those you wouldn't need. You would only need that for, well, a lot of times, only 3 weapons. So even if they had it so you could allocate 60 points into special attacks, depending on how they have it laid out, you might only ever have to put in 15. AK 5 for all 3 of your main weapons that you're using right now. Obviously, if you want to go other elemental builds and stuff like that, you would have to allocate further. But if you're just running like a core 3 weapon setup the whole time, You'd only ever need to allocate in that situation, hypothetically, 15 obelisk points to get every special attack of relevance to its max effectiveness, which isn't too bad. You might have to unlock more of the skill tree to get to them, though, because that's another thing we don't know. Like, how much junk unlocks will you have to take to get to any given unlock? Or are they going to be sorted in a way where, like, let's say all 60 of those special attacks are all in, like, their own little area, so you wouldn't have to waste points getting to them or something? That's something we don't know. Because the original mock-up image shows a lot of waste. Like, if you want to make a really specific build, it was really bad for that. But obviously that was just a mock-up that's not necessarily going to be the final version. But if it does thematically go similarly, you might have to waste a lot of points to get a bunch of junk upgrades you don't really want in order to reach the actual upgrades you do want. But we don't know, because that was just a mock-up and not actually the final thing, so kind of have to wait until it actually happens. No, don't do a walk. Gosh, I hate misclicking a fish. Normally I turn off walk, but I'm not going to bother for this. It's not too big a deal. Though, when I do the AFK 112 Gennards, whenever I do off stream, those 100% I am turning off walk. Just to make sure we don't misclick them in all of our AFK. And also I forgot a fish. Oh no. I can't go back for it. It's too far away. It's better XP just to grab these 3 eels than to go back for the 1 puffer. What's that timer? It's for the double cooking reset. So your cooking bounties get reset every hour. And just so we don't have to go there every hour, I normally set it for about 1 hour and 50 minutes. Like 10 minutes before the hour. In order to double check the board. It basically turns the hourly into a 1 hour and 55 minutely. Or whatever you'd call that. But yeah, it just makes the hourly not need to be checked as much. Normally I'm not paranoid about taking it, but we're so close to getting 200 chef. And in a bit of a dead zone for chef where I really need them done. So we are back to taking them every hour on the hour. Or more so, every hour and 50 minutes on the hour and 50 minutes. But that basically just makes it so we don't have to check twice as much. We have to check half the time. But I won't be too paranoid about that post 200. But pre-200, we really need to start being on top of our cooking contracts. This will help speed it along by a couple hours if we keep doing the contracts whenever they are ready. It'll save us at least like 3 hours on our way to 200. There we go, triple stack again. Perfect location, too. Oh, that's one thing that's going to be sad, though. Where am I going to put the timer after this little dead zone isn't here anymore? I guess I'll put it where I used to do merchant, which is like in the middle of our inventory. But this little hole is like so perfect for the timer right now. But after Chapter 5 comes out, I won't be able to put it there anymore. This will be blocked by all the Chapter 5 skills and everything. I say move it down, I guess. You technically move it down a bit. But then that makes our inventory weird. Oh yeah, there is still enough room. If I do it like that and make our inventory a little bit smaller, that's enough for Chapter 5 and for the timer to still be there. That'd work until Chapter 6. Also, we could always make a ton of room. Wait, not that one. Boom. There we go. We have enough room for 20-something chapters now. They future-proofed very far. This interface literally scales to like 20-something. I didn't actually count exactly with pixels. But it's anywhere from like 20 to 22 chapters of space right there. And of course, even if they added more than that, you could just scroll down a little, like you normally would. And by normally would, I mean if you made the interface like this. The other way around. Because then you get a scroll bar they have to go through. Yes, the good old skill menu. Taking up the entire screen. Just in case we couldn't read it already. Oh, speaking of which, I just realized it's slightly off now. There we go. Gotta recenter it. Don't drive me crazy if it's not. I wish Steam had like an auto weird like recenter. So you always get it like exactly where you need it. Because it's not content aware when you're trying to move it around. Like it doesn't like snap to the middle of anything or anything. It's still bothering me that's a little low though. Alright, there we go. That's better. 2 pixels over. Perfect. It's probably still not centered, but it's good enough to the eyes that it's not bothering me. So someone earlier says Siba or someone was botting in here? No, Small was. I don't see anyone even named Small here. Let's look at that max trident that some people have. Honestly, I kind of like it. The golden trident. This feels funny, fishing with a trident. There actually is one activity you do in Old School RuneScape where you use a trident as a tool. It's drift net fishing. There's a couple tools you can use, but trident's the most accessible one. It basically allows you to refresh your arrow when you're underwater. But it also counts as a prodding object when doing drift net fishing. Which basically you set up a net and just poke a bunch of fish into it. Kind of like what we're doing now, but instead of poking them and instantly getting them, you gotta poke them into a net. Rather than just poking them into your inventory. Which might be one of the reasons why I like fishing so much in this game as well. Is drift net fishing is actually my favorite form of fishing that isn't AFK in normal RuneScape or Old School RuneScape. Whereas, yeah, I actually do enjoy the actual fishing method in this game. Like, Eel Puffer is actually fun. The other ones are pretty AFK and are pretty meh. But the actual gameplay loop for Eel Puffer I actually do enjoy a lot. Not the most exhilarating gameplay ever, but I do enjoy the gameplay loop. It's something that Hope Port does really well. Everything here just feels so chill. Feels like some kind of indie cozy game whenever you go to Hope Port. I say Chronopolis feels like the exact opposite of that. But at least Hope Port feels like that. Like Chronopolis, especially once trading comes out, definitely feels like an MMO. But Hope Port just feels like general, like, insert cozy game here kind of vibe. Especially since everything in this chapter is pretty much self-contained. Obviously, you could use potions in every chapter. But beyond that, every single thing in this chapter is completely self-contained. And then you have your standard combat, you have Fisher into Chef, and you have Forager into Alchemy. But aside from the potions and gear that you could bring to other chapters, and I guess technically your money, like, fishing and cooking does not extend beyond this chapter. So a lot of it feels a lot more isolated. Which I feel like is a bad design for a first chapter. Like, I feel like Hope Port... I love the design of Hope Port and everything about it. I just feel like it's a really bad first chapter for a game. It's a really good chapter, but a really bad first chapter. Mostly because of how useless fishing and cooking is. Which really need a rework at some point. If this is going to be the first thing that you show people. Because 2 of the 5 skills here don't do anything. At all. Like, at all. The number go up. Which can easily leave the impression that the rest of the game is like that. Despite this being the only chapter like that. The only other instance is Detective. But Detective is basically just an extension of combat in Chapter 4. It's basically just a second combat skill with a different name. It's like 70% of this skill is combat. So if you wonder why I keep using Sense Spell, I'm just double checking where their hitboxes so I don't misclick. Because these fish really blend in well. There's some that really stand out like a sore thumb. But then there's other ones like these that just blend in so much with the water. There is one eel that was really bad for it too. This one isn't that one. But there was one eel earlier on that basically looks exactly like this water. Like 1-to-1, exactly the same as the waves going through. It was so annoying to ever click on. But the spacebar just double checks where all the hitboxes are and everything. In case it's needed. Also, if buckets ever costed a bunch of money, there's a bucket spawn every time that you can be grabbing here as well. You can get a free bucket every cycle. It's not worth doing right now because each bucket is like 20 bronze or something, or 50, whatever it is. So they're basically free. But if that bucket cost 1 silver, I would actually pick it up every cycle. Assuming it had respawned by then. It's something this game doesn't really have that OG RuneScape did. That when we do 2004 Scape, we're probably going to be forced to do if people aren't crowding them. I'm pretty sure they're going to be way too overcrowded. But, there's a lot of spawns in the world that were actually really, really good to, like, actually pick up from the ground. Raider Shores doesn't have that. Like, there are ground spawns, but they're all, like, 0 value. Like, we're talking, like, 20, 50 bronze or something. Like, not even silver, bronze. Like, basically 0. Like that bucket right there. Okay, so when we do 2004 Scape tomorrow, assuming they're not all spawn camped, there's a lot of spawns on the ground that are actually really good. Some in the wilderness too, so you can actually fight people over them. That would be way too low level to do that. But hopefully we'd be a low enough level that we can actually grab a couple of them. Because there is one thing I will need to pick up. The 2 iron bars for Knight's Sword. I believe the iron bar spawn is still in the wilderness only. In Modern Old RuneScape, they actually added it to Volamore last year. So you no longer need to go to the wilderness to get an iron bar spawn. But back in the day, and for the longest time, for like 2 decades, you always had to go to the wilderness if you wanted to do Knight's Sword without getting 15 smithing. Which is a really, really crucial quest to basically skip the entirety of early game smithing. Which I believe is in 2004 Scape. It should be. I think it came out in like 2001 or 2 or 3. So 2004 Scape should have it for the smithing skip. But we gotta get like 2 or 3 iron bars from the wilderness. How do you think they will fix Chef? The main way I want them to fix Chef is hourly buffs. The one game that comes to mind for it, though I know a lot of other games have implemented something like this, is... I know this is gonna be a game almost no one has played though. But Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is a JRPG. And one mechanic that that game had was all the food in that game, you would eat it, and it would give you a timed buff. Like an hour, half an hour, 2 hours, whatever. And for that entire duration, you would have that buff. And it's kind of what I want them to do for food. Where you go to the chef place, you make some kind of elaborate meal using a ton of fish and other stuff to make fishing viable. And then after you have that meal, you have like an hour buff, 200 hour, or 2 hour buff, whatever. That just gives you a small buff, but it lasts for a very long duration. Like maybe 1% or 2% extra XP for an entire chapter for an hour. Or, you know, maybe a little bit of a small damage increase for combat for an hour. Stuff like that. Maybe better regen rate, higher max HP when you go into a fight. Things that actually make sense from food. Like a higher regen rate, a higher max HP every time you enter a fight. Stuff like that. Things are actually like durability based as well. Maybe even just like mitigation to a certain elemental type. Like for 1 hour you take less damage from blue or something. Or from physical or whatever else. That's ideally what I want to see them to do with cooking. Where it's like a 1 hour buff that you have to go back to the chef place for. Like you can't eat it wherever. Though it wouldn't be fine. It would be fine if you could eat it whenever though. But it would give a reason to come back to the hub area if nothing else. But regardless, basically like an hour buff for food. Or somewhere's around there. And then it just uses a ton of fish or something. So you still make fishing viable. Or you basically have to prepare like an entire feast and then you get like an hour buff from it. Or 2 hour or however long they last. But basically sometime way longer than a potion essentially. Like way longer. They can actually add active boost that way too. Imagine if you had a +1, +2, +3, +4, and +5 active boost from that. Instead of having it through a potion. You do the active ones through cooking. I can see that being really strong. Like imagine if you could do an activity a few levels before you have the level requirement for it. Because currently you can only do that for AFK activities. There's no way to do it for active activities. I assume they would just put it to another alchemy, but they could always put it onto cooking. Where you get like an hour buff, kind of like the passive potion, except it works actively. Where for an hour you can do activities that are 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 levels higher than your level range. Which is a lot of extra XP. If you can start doing things that much earlier. Because with a +3 buff, I could be doing the next foraging thing right now if I really want to. But right now we have to knowledge it. Because there's no boost potion to do that. Or boost food, or boost anything. There is for passive activities, but not for active activities. At least not yet. They will eventually add it, we just don't know where they're going to add it. They're either going to add it on a second alchemy skill, or they could add it to cooking. We just don't know where yet. But that could be reward space for future cooking. If they don't want to add it to Alchemy Part 2 or whatever they're doing with that. Because that would make cooking really good. A plus 3, 4, and 5 active boost for an hour is so strong. Like, so absurdly strong. Like, we're talking at some level ranges a 10 or 15% increase for that level range. Compared to not having it now. As well as easier access to all quests as well. Assuming you can bypass quest requirements with it. You know, not completely bypass. But if a quest requires like 35 mining, for example, or 29, like that Mines of Matubin quest. If you had a plus 2 boost, you'd be able to do it at 27. But not just, no such thing currently exists. At least not for active methods. Yeah, that's my main change I would do to Chef. Have about 1 hour-ish buffs of a bunch of various kinds. And just make it so all the dishes that require a lot of fish. To justify why you would even do any fishing at all. Yeah, that's one of the other reasons why I use the spacebar. When there's a lot of people in a room, it's really hard to see where the fish is. They actually lowered the player cap for this room and the other fishing room. That's because they were getting so crowded. But whatever the player cap now is, it's still high. It's like 10 or something. It's like 10 or 15 now. It used to be like 20 or 25. But they lowered it by like 5 or 10 at some point. But there's still way too many people. I guess they still want to kind of deliberately keep it kind of high. Because when new players go by this bridge and they see a bunch of people fishing, that's actually good. Because they see, oh, a bunch of people are active here. When they're catching their, like, level 2 fish. It's almost time to take a cooking break. That will also get us a level guaranteed as well. I mostly just have to check the bounties though. I don't actually have to do a run. But I will go in there with a full thing of eggs that should give us a level. I don't believe it gives us a new contract though. Let me double check. No. 160 is our next contract. Because this one your XP actually goes up for the bounty board. It doesn't go up per level, but it goes up per dish. Merchant actually works the same way. Where it's not every single level that makes the value go up, but every single new item you get that makes it move up. Chef and Merchant actually work the same way in that regard. At least for Merchant, it feels like every level, just because you're gaining levels so quick pre-200. But it's actually every new item, not every new level. So whenever we get a new dish for Chef, everything off our bounty board that we can get starts giving us more XP. So why do I have that over there? You know what keeps throwing me off? I keep clicking over there when I had this like the other way around. It's because that's the way I have it set up on Steam Deck. I'm not sure when it got shifted. Yeah, I prefer the quest being over there because you never need the quest button. Or at least not currently. We have every quest done. Though they're adding 2 new quests soon, so we will need it soon. SoonTM. Hopefully next week we get one. Because we're currently in the longest dry streak of not getting a patch ever, not counting when they were on vacation. But now counting when they were on vacation, quite literally not working on the game, this is the longest duration the game has ever had without an update. But it's mostly because half the team is working on 2 new quests, which takes a while. And the other half is working on the entire overhaul and nuking of the combat system and basically recoding it from scratch. So that takes a while. Takes a while to kind of completely restructure a core mechanic of your game. But they'll get to it eventually. It's obviously taken them a while, as you would expect. I think the other thing that's taken it so long is I'm almost guaranteed that 1 to 2 quests are going to have a reward of a bubble potion. And that's not something particularly easy to code. Making every single potion work properly with that. As well as probably redoing the tool belt menu. Assuming they're putting it under the tool belt and not a new menu. Hello, Stefan! Welcome, welcome. You think they should remove the per chapter XP potions and move the XP buffs to foods instead? I wouldn't mind seeing that. I don't think they should have removed the potions, though. I actually don't mind the potion mechanic. I do feel like the potions should be auto-repottable, though. So you don't have to keep manually clicking on them. I also feel like they could give a little bit better duration for the higher level potions. Maybe like an extra 10 second per upgrade, with the final one having like 20 seconds extra. Because the fact that a 5% lasts as long as a 10% is kind of clunky. Especially relative to how much more they cost. Like a 10% should last for at least 3 or 4 minutes. 2 minutes is way too short. Like you still utilize it for knowledge and stuff, but it's way too short if you want to chug them. But yeah, I would love to see a little bit of extra XP buff from food. I don't think it should replace the potion system, though. But the potion system does need an auto-repot. So basically, 1 potion will last forever, then. You just drink it once and auto-repots with no delay. But that's the biggest issue with drinking potions right now. Is the delay every single time you have to drink them every 2 minutes. But if they added an auto-repot system with no delay, then not only does one last basically forever, even if it's only a 2-minute duration, it will last for an infinite amount of time as long as you have a big enough stack. But the other benefit of it is you won't have to deal with a delay every 2 minutes. You would have to deal with it initially, like how the AFK potions work, but you wouldn't have to keep doing it. They basically function how like AFK potions do, where you drink them right at the beginning, but then they auto-repot until you run out. That's what they need to do for all the XP pots. Once the tool belt and everything is established, hopefully they do it around the same time. That might be one of the other reasons it's taking a little while. Because hopefully it'll be a function for that at the same time tool belt comes out, where you can toggle it to keep drinking over and over and over and over again. Maybe having a warning menu like, are you sure you want to keep chugging this? It will keep depleting your pile until you disable it. But then after that, you don't have to worry about the delay over and over and over again. Which will also fix their duration issue. And that their duration would be as long as you have potions stored in your tool belt. Rather than now where they only last 2 minutes. Because they already have it implemented in the game. It only works on AFK pots, though. You just gotta implement the same system for active pots. Which I'm really hoping they do around the same time they add tool belt. We don't know for sure if they will, but it'd be such great quality of life if they do at the same time. So you don't have to worry about potions for a while after that point. As all the core quality of life mechanics would be in by then. That's the two that we're missing the most right now. There's a few other things you could do with it too. But the most important two are auto-repot and having them equipable. So you don't have to keep them in your inventory. Almost time for our cooking run. Oh, so we're nearly there. We're getting there. We're at 104. We need to get to 112. There we go. 104. 8 levels to go. And once we hit 125 forge, I'll dump it all into Fisher. This is speed it up a little bit. But not before we have 225 Forager, though. Is this when we get our next Forager activity? And the Forager activity has a little bit more priority over the fishing activity. Because I need to get Forager to 149 before I could do 112 Fisher plus. So we're basically locked out of Fisher after today. We have to do foraging all the way till 149 before we can do fishing again. It's not required, but it'll make our XP rate way better when we're doing fishing. Not for fishing, but the foraging that we get while we're fishing is substantially higher if we get at least 149 beforehand. As we need it for Gennard and we need it for Mana Ray. And what's next? Gennard. And then what's after that? After a little bit of Flounder? Mana Ray. Oh yeah, I'm not sure if any of you guys noticed. Probably not, because it's just like such a small thing. But you may notice my watch person's a little bit higher today. Something kind of funny happened last night. I went to the AFK activity for smithing. I drank the AFK pot to start doing smithing. And then I clicked on the smithing activity with all the material in my inventory. And then a screen came up that said, "You cannot do this activity." I forgot to put the rest of the knowledge in. I did 2 knowledge points, but I forgot the other 2. So I had to AFK raid dens to go get them. Obviously, I didn't have to do that. I could have done anything else. But I needed something pretty AFK at the time. Because I was planning to pretty much like head to bed. And then it's like, nope, you're not allowed to. So I had to AFK raid dens for like 45 minutes last night to go get the knowledge we needed. Which is on like 40-something% penalty right now. Crazy how high the penalty is. This is why we haven't been doing that and been doing other detective stuff. Because it's such a dead zone right now. But hey, now AFK knowledge is AFK knowledge. I'll take it. Like almost 3 minutes of doing nothing. But you actually have to stop doing the smithing AFK at 267. Not because the smithing AFK ends at that point, but because that's the point in which we need to go get our mining up. As we need 247 mining, or sorry, we need 262 mining and 267 smithing around the same time. And in a couple days, I'm actually going to be hitting the smithing goal. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do as my AFK after that. I don't know, do we have a good detective one yet? I think last I recall it wasn't until 308, unfortunately. Yeah, oh, sorry, 306. Well, we're definitely not going to have that by then. That's a problem. I'm not sure what my AFK activity is. I know. I don't know. Maybe merchant? I'm not sure. And a merchant just seems like such a bad one to put it on. Even though it helps get through some of the dead zones and everything. Just because merchant's already so quick to begin with. I'll probably still do it just because there'll be some areas where I just really don't feel like doing more of it. Oh, it's like one of the worst value ones to do it for, though. But it does help speed along the grind. Because right now we start getting a better merchant XP rate at 233. So I could technically do that a couple nights till we get to 233. I just wish we were getting a better material from it right now, though. I like when we get leatherworker material from it. Right now we only get money. We don't get leatherworker material again until 244, which isn't really that helpful. I'll be back in one moment. I'm gonna go turn off the dog barking. The dog barking ambience. Gonna go give it attention for a few minutes. Hope that'll hold it off for like half an hour. Until it starts barking again. If I could click on these, gosh. Try to click on the other one. Can't. Okay, I'll be back in 1 second. Alright, we're back, we're back. The dog has been petted. That should hold it off for about 5 minutes. Until it seeks further attention. Hopefully a little bit longer than that. It'll last for any number of time from like 5 minutes to about an hour. Is it too early for 10%? Probably. I'll drink a 5 just in case. Pretty sure we could have gotten away with a 10 there. Yeah, we could have gotten away with a 10. Oh no. Oh no! About to over-encumber on knowledge. I wish you could drink one before the timer goes out. Because now we're in an awkward situation where I'm probably gonna have to wait out my XP timer. There we go. At this point, I might just wait in the other room then. I'm just gonna wait at the pufferfish for the next respawn. Please let me drink. I'd like to drink my potion, please. I would like to drink my potion, please. Thank you. And to Forager you go. As is pretty much all of our XP until we get to 125. Yeah, who trains Forager by actually training Forager? When you've got knowledge. Most because we're in the dead zone. Everything from 161 onwards I will be training manually. And banking almost everything we ever get. But everything up until then is pretty much just dropped to the ground. 161's the first good material from Forager. So everything prior to that, we're just trying to skip as quickly as possible. Yeah, that reminds me, I need to start writing up the stuff for the 100-day video. I think I figured out what I want to go do for the 100-day video. I wouldn't say it will have a script, but it is going to have a structure so I can stay on point. I'm probably also going to edit it down a little bit. Just so I can take multiple takes on everything. Otherwise, I'm going to get way too rambly. Not that it won't be rambly. That will not unrambly it, but it will make it more on point. But I do have an idea for it that we're doing. And no, unfortunately, it's not editing down 1,000 hours of footage into a recap video. That would take way too long. We do have something planned for it that we should post, hopefully on day 100. It'll be the day after day 100 or the day of day 100, I'm not sure yet. Because day 100 is, what, today's 93, so it's 1 week from today. So, but yeah, next week's Friday I'll have it up then. Because that would be officially 100 days pass. Either next week's Thursday or Friday, depending on when it's done by. We will post the 100-day video. Which will be our second video since launch of the game. In 100 days of the game being out, we would have posted 2 videos, not counting every live stream every day. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I need to go cover the Mythic video for Gems of War tomorrow. It's the first Friday of the month, and they always add a new, like, best troop every single month. Well, not best troop, but highest rarity troop. Almost forgot about that. Doesn't take that long to cover, though. The video takes like an hour or 2. The one for Brighter Shores is probably gonna take me like 5 hours to make. If not close to the 10. Do we have an idea on what next patch is for Brighter Shores? We have no clue. We know what they're working on, though. They are currently working on 2 new quests and the overhaul of combat. So they have half the team working on 2 new quests and the other half working on the entire overhaul and restructuring of combat. So they're pretty big projects. We did a poll the other day, and my guess on what will be happening soon is we'll get a new quest, then the combat overhaul, then the other new quest, probably in that order. Will they be free to play? If they're in chapter 1 or 2, they will be. We don't know what chapters they're associated to. I would assume one of the 2 new quests is definitely free to play. The second one might not be, though. But any quest that's ever in chapter 1 and 2 will be free to play. We do know for sure that they were, for a while, working on a chapter 1 quest. So at least one of them guarantees 100% in chapter 1. We just don't know about the other quests. And if I had to guess what the reward for the 2 quests are, one of the rewards is going to be equipable potions, most likely. And the other reward, probably for the one that's in Hopeport, of course, is for the second Hopeport teleport. As is the only chapter currently in the game with only 1 teleport. Neither of those have been confirmed, though. But they're probably the 2 most likely rewards. Though there's plenty of other things that they could potentially do as rewards as well. But I'd say those are probably the 2 most likely. Equipable potion on Tool Belt as a reward, and Hopeport teleport as the other. The second one. But we do know that one of them is going to be Hopeport related. We just don't know what his reward will be. It could be a second teleport. It could even be the one that gives you potion storage. It could be something completely different. Oh, I just realized something funny about the stream tomorrow. If we do play 2004 Scape tomorrow, like that new server that's for like the OG RuneScape, I might have to full screen it and have Brighter Shores as a small rectangle. The reason I say that is I just realized something. Resizable mode wasn't added till like 10 years later. So unless they like override that with the thing, you will not actually be able to do resizable mode. AKA, I'd actually have to play it full screen. Or maybe not full screen, but you know, like a full rectangle like how we are right now. Which means Brighter Shores would have to be a rectangle inside the rectangle. I wouldn't be able to do double vertical. I just realized that now. Oh, we'll try it and see how it works. Tomorrow's mostly just gonna be Forager anyways, like Forager loop, then waiting for it to respawn, then Forager loop again. Yeah, it looks like the timer is almost timed. We're nearly there. As for any of you who don't know, that's the timer for our double chef run. Do you bank the foraging items? I will at 161. Everything else I've basically been dropping to the ground. But at 161 we will start banking, I think, literally everything? Or at least most everything. But probably just literally everything. From 161 to 200. Because that's when we start getting actual good potion material. At 161, we start getting the second best healing potion in the game. Made twice as quick as the best healing potion in the game, for only 3% less heal. So it's going to be a pretty commonly used heal potion. Beyond that, we get 8% and 10% pots for Hope Port then. And I think that's everything then. Aside from like the potato and a few other things like that. And Monument, of course. But the main ones that we get during that lower range is the second best healing pot in the game. Made at the quickest speed of any healing pot. As well as 8 and 10% XP pots for Hope Port. 8% aren't as relevant, but the 10% sure are. The 8% are useful, though. Just not as useful as a 10%. But they're made twice as quick, so they have that benefit. If we're breaking it down per XP, the 8% actually aren't that bad. If you're cashing in something big, like the fishing venture, you would definitely want to use the 10% though. But a lot of activities, you can actually get away with an 8%. Just because of how much quicker you can make the 8%. But most of the time, you still want to do the 10% though. 8% would be good if you're trying to chug them a little bit. Like if you're doing it on a slower skill. Like, the 8% would actually be really good for pre-potting for alchemy. When you're not using a knowledge point, but you still want to cash in better alchemy XP rate. That's probably the main thing you would use the 8% for in Hope Port, specifically. You'd use it for the slowest production skill in each zone. So that'd be alchemy for chapter 1, carpentry for chapter 2. Literally pick one for chapter 3, they're all slow. Or, you know, the 3 core ones. And leatherworker for chapter 4. And realistically, armor maker for chapter 5. Yep, almost another fishing level. 7 to go. Oh yeah, I need to go do the chef run. Oh, so I should probably restart the timer as well. Maybe we gotta go do our chef run right now. There we go. Oh no, I guess we can still wait for one more cycle. I'll use one more 5%. And then after we go sell those, we'll go head over there. You'd like a bacon sandwich with extra bacon? Actually, that's what I had for lunch today. A tuna sandwich. Well, not bacon sandwich, but a tuna sandwich. I meant that more so as I had a sandwich, not a bacon sandwich. Oh no, I've been staying away from bacon lately. But, yeah, tuna today. Tuna sandwich. Then probably just making a salad for dinner. A tuna salad? No, just kidding. Just a normal salad. If I were to Alchemist, you think Brighter Shores had become a drinking game? That's funny. Chug down all the potions. Yeah, honestly, that's one thing that I feel like was a big mistake that we made. Not getting 200 alchemy earlier. It is so good having all these boost pots. Especially 10% for Hope Port. But even just the 7% we had for the Hope Forest grind was so useful. Speeds you up so much. As well as the 7% for the Ventures for chapter 3. I haven't really used much in chapter 4 just because they're kind of awkward to make. Compared to the other chapters. Luckily, chapter 5 is a lot easier to make. Chapter 4 is the only outlier that's really, really annoying to make mass potions for. As its main ingredient, one of its 2 main ingredients is basically time-locked unless you want to pay an arm and a leg for them. They're time-locked by the Ventures. It's not even a good venture to take either. The post-500 one is, like for the 8 and 10% pots. But the pre-200 ones are not worth taking. At least not the mass farm anyways. Now, let's go get all of our eggs, and then we'll go do whatever the bounty board says. Actually, we gotta keep taking eggs until the reset. That's fine. Get a little bit of chef in there. Because we got 4 minutes until the reset. But the reason why we do it like this is I can check it now, and then wait a little bit, and then we can check it immediately again. Just so we don't have to come back here every hour. We can just time both of the, we could just time it so we check twice within a short duration of time. But until then, we'll make some eggs, make some omelets. But yeah, I've definitely been eating a lot less eggs since the price hike on eggs recently. Or at least here in America. Because I normally have a lot of egg dishes. But I think this last week I've had it like once, twice. Whereas I feel like on an average week, there's probably close to like 4 or 5. Because sometimes I do it for dinner as well. Do I only do certain bounties? I tend to do the ones that are smaller number. Or the ones that are really easy. It also comes to turn-in location. Because Scrapyard plus Century is really, really good value regardless what it is. Like, I will take every Century even if it tells me to go make like 9 or 10 or something. Like, I will do every single Century one that ever comes up on that board regardless of what it requests. But it just comes down to if it's worth it. Generally, the ones that are really close are never worth it unless it's one of the easy material. Like egg, bacon sandwich, or stew. I'll pretty much never do these unless they require 1 item. Or 2 items. Or require one of the super easy free ones. Like egg, stew, or bacon sandwich. The ones you'd already be making for XP anyways. Now, let's see what we have on our bounty board. Bounty board number 1. What do we have? We got the following. Century, always worth it. And everything else, probably not worth. This one's kind of easy to do, so I will take this. And given that we're doing a bit of cooking right now, I'll probably take this but not do it. Alright, there we go. But you know what we can go do as our next thing? I'm actually going to do a whole thing of bass and just sell whatever spears. Might burn a little bit of money, but it might make it so we can get some synergy there. The only problem is Century and South Wall are like completely opposite sides of each other. Also, if I'm doing this, I might as well just grab all the ingredients for it now. Because I can also grab the 5 Cohen thingy. If we're doing partial, I might as well get them all. So I'll grab 5 eel, then the rest of the inventory is bass. If I don't need some of them, that's fine. We'll just sell them to the shop guy. Alright, what do I need? 5 eel. I just realized it's going to be exact amount, won't it? Because the 2 potions in my inventory. And then the rest are grilled bass. Oh no, I still have 2 spear. That's fine. Not that big a deal if we waste a few silver there. I don't have the jelly. We need to go get that independently. Oh, this should also be first time bonus on the grilled bass. But these are our one-steppers, so whenever you see a task for these are pretty good. And the fish that are one-step are pretty nice. Which makes the eel quite a bit worse because it's a 2-step. But if it's a low enough turn-in or a good enough location, I still take them. Or if we're doing a fish run anyways. Because I'm just trying to get the items we need for these 2. But we're just going to automatically do this one anyway. Southfall on its own is pretty bad though. I kind of need synergy for it to actually be worth going there. But hopefully we'll get synergy on the whatever's on the message board in a minute. I'll check it after this, and then we'll go grab everything we need for eels. Also, Fine Art Vision is still cooking. I'm not sure why he's cooking so heavily. He's going all in on Fisher Cookie right now. Which just seems like a weird duo to go for. Well, obviously they make sense together, but you know what I mean. In the sense that they're really bad value at the moment. Because he's been doing that for so long, we're actually about to pass him in total level. He's been doing a lot of Chef and Fisher right now. We actually passed him today, oddly enough. Maybe not on stream, but later today. We'll be total 23. We're slowly climbing, even though we're not really trying to climb. It's just a byproduct of going for 200 all. Perfect timing. What do we have here? You're free. No, he wants 8. That's too many. I'd have to go there to go get more. This one's a bad turn-in point, but, ooh, Vincible, Jelly Eel. I might have to do them. Sneaky Brian. Alright, let me do this one and get the other 6 that he needs for this, I guess. So I need 3 more eel. Alright, so I need 6 bass, 3 eel. 6 bass, 3 eel. This also makes our routes a little bit better. Oh, I should have dropped the eels while I was over there. That was a huge mistake. I should have dropped the eels while I was in the kitchen. 3 eel, 6 bass. That's a problem. I don't think I can get that many eel thingies now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, do I have exact number? Oh, that is so perfect. The only big issue here is I wasn't able to buy the omelet. If I would have pre-dropped these, I would have been able to get omelet here as well. And I'm going to have to walk all the way back there because I forgot to drop them. Which is kind of unfortunate. Because that would have been exact inventory otherwise. Speaking of which, there we go. Yeah, that was a big mistake, but it's not too big a deal. I'm just going to have to walk back and forth one extra time. But we had exact inventory to not need to do that if I would have done it correctly. Which I might as well go grab it now so we can cook everything at once. Then just grab everything we need for whatever our current mission is. Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. We gotta waste like 30 seconds to go grab them. Is that worth just dismissing? You know what? I'm just gonna abandon it. No, I can't. I'll save it for later. I just won't do it on this set, I think. I will do it, I just won't do it now. Alright, what am I doing? Oh yeah, grill. But yeah, I will still do that task, I just won't do it in this set because I forgot to drop the eel. Because that's one of the very free turn-in locations, so I can just do that whenever we do omelets later. It's gonna be very free to turn in later. It's not worth going out of our way for like half a minute to go do it now. Or we could do it for free later. Alright, I still gotta figure out what our path is though. So we'll do all the east objectives first, and then we'll come back and do whatever else. So I can do Cohen. So what's all the main ones I need right now? I need 5 bass, 5 eel, 10, 18, 21. Okay, we're fine. So let me drop all these. Take all this. Reset that. Take everything there. How many more eels do I need? Or these things? I need 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I shouldn't have done it that way, but yeah, 13. There we go. Yeah, that should be exact number. I did that math so weirdly, though. But that should be exactly how many we need. We'll start with Cohen, then we head all the way over there. Turn invincible, then do south wall. So what is our pathing right here? We gotta do Cohen, then invincible, then new tap, then south wall. And then we just turn in for only sentry. Which means I technically could have waited on sentry, but that's fine. What did Cohen want again? You know what, I'm just gonna do the extra pot just in case. Alright, Cohen wanted eel. Then we gotta turn in what? I guess we do invincible first then. Just because it's a little bit out of the way. But yeah, this current sentry turn-in is pretty bad value, actually. Turning in only 1 sentry is not ideal. But even with how far the walk is, I think it's still worth it. Even though it's in the absolute middle of nowhere. I wonder how they're going to balance that if they ever do add a second teleport to Hopeport. Because they kind of have to rebalance a lot of the dishes. Because the dishes currently assume only the 1 teleport that exists right now. Because a lot of them are scaled based on how far they are from the cooking place. But if you add a second teleport, that changes a lot of their distance. Oh, I accidentally clicked the tab. That was not the game lagging, by the way. Well, it isn't, it wasn't. It was from the clicking the tab thingy. Whenever you right-click on it, it freezes everything for some reason. Something that definitely gotta fix down the line. Like if I click on this right now, it'll look like it's doing nothing. But it's not the game lagging, it's just the tab being weird. Like the game's still processing everything. It just visually looks like nothing's happening. Even though it is. So I really should start bringing Fear Potion for this. Once we have a cool potion, I would definitely bring a Fear, or drink a Fear during this. Not for this room, more so, but more so for the other room. The goblins always snipe you. They're really hard to dodge. Hey, new player. Or new bots. It's probably a new player, though. Alright, let's see. South wall. That would be this way? Yeah, I was wondering what you were doing, Tyrion. I was gonna make some mention of that. It's like, Tyrion's here. And you blocked that one message. Let's see, how do I put it in unhide user from this channel? Wait, what? Unhide user on this channel. There we go. That was weird. No worries, I have unbanned Stefan. Alright, there we go. Alright, where's the guy I need to turn into? Oh, so Stefan, could you say something in chat if you're still here? I want to make sure you're unbanned. Tyrion's out here banning you randomly. He misclicked though. Just want to make sure you can still chat. I think I've successfully unbanned you though. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna go turn this in. If we're gonna do this, I might as well turn it in now. Because we're gonna have to pass it regardless, so might as well get it now. Is there anything else on the message board that isn't awful? It's kind of too late to go for it, though. Oh, that would have been fine to go do right now. Boo. Alright, too late now. You know what? I'll grab it for later in case we need some more space. In case our run is really light. I'm definitely not doing that now, though. But next run, we'll consider it. I can technically buy the supplies for it now. You know what? I'm kind of heading over there to go do fishing. You know what? We will go do it. I can buy the supplies for nearly 0 tile on our current run. I just gotta buy 5 eel, then come back and buy 5 jelly, and then cook them. And then when we go back to the fishing thing, I just go a little bit deep and just turn it into thieves. Alright, I'll be fine then. This is kind of where we need to go. Not quite, but still kind of there. Just gotta remember to buy 5 jelly on our way back. Hey, if we had the fishing level, I could actually catch them. They're 131 fishing. We're almost that level. We're getting there slowly. One step at a time. This place is so in the middle of nowhere, but honestly, even for one turn-in, I think this is still worth it. Even though it's only one turn-in in the absolute middle of nowhere. But that's more than one inventory of eggs in XP. Because each egg is like, what, 700, 800 something? So at best, it's like 16k for an inventory here. Maybe like 17 or 18k. And this is like that and an extra half. A good thing, this guy's tanking the unit for us. Perfect. That guy helped us not get attacked. Yeah, let's go turn in everything. Should be able to do it all in one drink. And then we'll go back to fishing. Alright, we give you this. We give this to the commander. Then we go and make the rest of the eel. Turn that in, and that's right next to where we need to go fishing, so it works out perfectly. It's the perfect transition activity. Because we're going to need to be there anyways for when we go back to Eel Puffer. Give you the omelet. Step under you. And then we'll go do the other thing. Just got to remember to go buy it, cook it, turn it in. What am I looking for here? Oh yeah, jelly. And that is every cooking bounty completed. In probably the clunkiest way possible, but it got done by the end. Without wasting too much time. Yeah, we're good to go. Back to fishing. Oh, this will actually be full meter as well. I can actually use a 10% on this. I generally don't for a lot of these cooking contracts, even though I probably should be. Particularly when you turn in like a lot of century, then I normally do. But, I don't know, even for 1 century, it's kind of worth using a 10% on. It's pretty good value. But I will use a 10% here as we kind of need to anyways. So it works out perfectly. So I like how the bottle shape actually does look different. No, that's... Oh gosh, my instincts is like, oh yeah, let's put it into carpentry. No, that was last week's grind. And my finger literally just moves straight to carpentry. It wants what it wants. We do at some point need to get 216 carpentry. Oh, that didn't give us a forging level. That's fine, though. 5 more... Technically 4 more, depending on how it goes. But 5 more, knowledge points, and that should be forging done. Then every knowledge point after that can just go straight into fishing. Ooh. Ooh, 10 levels till we get to 3,300. We're almost there. I think the nicest milestone would be 3,600. Because 3,600 is basically max level in this game, kind of. Like, max level, quotation marks. But 3,600 is max level. Like, number still keeps going up. But that's current 200 all. Obviously, since we have some post 200, we won't have exactly 200 all at that point. But 3,600 is like RuneScape's, or old school RuneScape's 2,277, effectively. It's the same difference. It's not exactly the same, but they're pretty comparable. So that's a really big milestone number, is 3,600. Because that's your total level if you had exactly 200 all in the current state of 4 chapters. Then after that chapter, next chapter, that moves to 4,400. Would be like the next milestone number. Which is also effectively max level again. It's not actual max level, it's just realistic max. As I do consider 200 to be max level in this game. In Brighter Shores. Even though it's not actually max. It's close enough. It's realistic max. before XP curve falls off cliff. It just is unrealistic for anyone to ever get 500 all. There will be a small handful of people that will try, but it is absurdly unrealistic to ever do. Whereas 200 all is very doable. Yep, Casey's back to fishing. I've seen Casey a lot. It's kind of funny because we're both doing the same grind at the same time. We're pretty much the same level range of in Hopeport right now. Because we're both just going all in Hopeport. Which is kind of funny because we keep seeing them multiple times a day now. Because we're quite literally doing the exact same grind in the exact same zone constantly. I have to go check them in Chronopolis here real quick. Like, look at their level distribution. Look how close it is to us. Ignore guard. But they're 158 chef, we're 158 chef. They're 149 fisher, we're 105. So they're doing the tier above what we're doing right now then. And they're 195 forager, we're 123. Though we're way higher in alchemy. They're 117, we're 200. And obviously they're way higher in combat. I'm waiting until combat rework before we do combat, of course. I assume they're doing 500 all, unless they're just doing 200 all Hopeport. But they might just be doing one chapter at a time, 500 all. Because I'm actually not sure. I think someone said earlier they were just going for the fishing venture or something. But their level distribution makes it seem like they're doing more than just a fishing venture. Because I would assume Casey's goal right now is to become the person with the most amount of 500s. Because their current pathing makes it seem like that's what they're doing. Getting the highest number of 500s of anyone in the game. Because even though Casey's probably further than whoever first place is right now, which I don't believe is Patisio anymore. But even though he's further from total level, Casey does have the highest amount of 500s in the game. As far as total completion towards 500 all. They're probably further away than whoever's in first place for total level right now. But numerically, they have more 500s than anyone in the game. Even though they're further from 500 all than someone on like super high leaderboard. Like rank 1 to 3 are probably a little closer than they are. But number of 500 wise, they are in like a super lead right now. But total progress-wise, they're pretty comparable to where, like, 5th place probably is. Like, they're around where, like, Vorpal or Unbi is. Or maybe a little lower than that. But their total level is way lower because they're just concentrating on 500s. Because I'm pretty sure KC is the first person to 2 500s, 3 500s, and 4 500s. They weren't the first to 1 500 though. I think that was Sassy. But I'm pretty sure KC got the first double, triple, and quad 500. As well as the first ever 500 all in a chapter. Which actually still, I believe to this day, the only 500 all in a chapter. Because I don't believe anyone has done that yet. As Hopeport has more skills, so no one's there yet. The highest person is at 2215, which is pretty close, but not all the way there. Hope Forest, the closest is 1807, which is still 193 off. And I know for sure no one in Mind Matubin has it. Is this even worth checking? But yeah, the closest person is at 1612. Just because of how slow Chapter 3 is. To put it into perspective, that is like 600 levels lower than Chapter 1, despite them both having 5 skills. That is how slow Chapter 3 is to get levels in. It is 600 levels behind Chapter 1 right now, despite both of them probably having a similar amount of playtime. And then, of course, as I mentioned earlier, he's the only 500 all, with Old School becoming the second person, most likely, to have 500 all in a chapter. My LCS is getting pretty close. I think that's what they're currently working on. The current rate, they'll likely be 4th. Because I don't think Jesus is going to pass them. And I just saw Detective Santa farming Chapter 1. So he's definitely not going to pass. So my LCS, assuming they're just working on only that, will probably get 4th place 500 all Chronopolis. I do at some point plan to 500 all Chronopolis. But it's not really in a rush to get it done. But once we have 500 combat and detective there, like we might as well finish out the other two at some point. It really comes down to when Chapter 5 comes out. Because our maxing order right now is likely Guard, then Scout, then Mindfighter, then Watch Person. When I say maxing, I mean 500, like true max. But our order is likely going to be all the combats in order. Down the line. Then 500 Detective. Then 500 Mining, then 500 Smithing. Ideally, Mining Smithing gets done midway through the combat. I'm just not sure how much I'll be tangenting from combat to do Mining Smithing, as most of my knowledge from them will be going to those two skills. As when we do Guard, I'm probably dumping it into Mining Smithing. When we do Scout, I might consider putting into Carpentry and or Woodcutting, but otherwise it's going to be going all in on Mining Smithing. When we do Mines of Matumin, it's definitely going all in on Mining Smithing because we're using the same XP pot anyways. And then Chronopolis, once again, Mining Smithing. Unless I decide to put on Leatherworker. I'd rather get the money from it. So yeah, pretty much every chapter. The only one that's up in the air is probably Chapter 2. Oh no, I guess Chapter 1 as well. Chapter 3 100% does, and Chapter 4 100% does. Chapter 1 and 2 that I might put in something else. Like Chapter 1, I might put it into Chef, oddly enough. And in Chapter 2, if I was to put in one, it'd definitely be Carpentry. I still haven't really decided if we're actually are going to be going for 500s, though. Initially, when we do combat after the rework, we'll be doing combat in Chapter 4 just to mess around with what an actual full skill tree looks like. Or, you know, at least a more filled out skill tree. Then after we mess around and get a taste of that on day 1, we're doing like 200 all. But after 200 all, I might not go for the 500 all immediately. It's still to be determined. If immediately after 200 all, including combat, that we just go straight into it. I might be, I might not be. Because I want to make sure we get as much value from the knowledge as we can. Which means we will have to do some skilling in between. Most notably for Mining Smithing. Because the higher our Mining Smithing, the better we can gear ourselves for every chapter. Which might actually be the play. Because how high can we craft up to? If I have, hypothetically, by then, let's say 280 Smithing. What can I craft up to? That'd be a 340, a 260, and a 260. I'd have to do some math on that. So I'm not sure why I just sold right there. But let me do some math on that. What is a Oh, I don't have a calculator open. 1 second. What is 240 plus 240 plus, I guess like 320? Let's add like a 320 to that. No, actually it'd be a little bit better than 320. Let's say a 340. Because I think it is what I said earlier as well. Plus a 340. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. No! Plus a 340. Divide that by 3. I'd be able to make up to a 273. Alright, that's probably the play then. I think that might be how we do combat then. And just work towards 300 all combat. At least initially. Because I can make a 3-star up to 273 pretty much when combat rework happens. Actually, let's do it based on the exact number we could do right now. Oh no, I'm going to have a higher smithing by then. Well, let's do it based on like 267, which is 327. 327, that's not a 7. 327, that's not what I'm trying to type. Gosh. 327 plus 360, or 260 plus 260 equals, divided by 3. I can make a... Oh, wait, I did it wrong the other time? Oh, I didn't do 260s the other time. Wait, what am I doing? But yeah, I can make up to a 282. I bare minimum. If combat rework happened, like, literally next week, I'd be able to make a 282 4-star weapon. Which means we could technically do around 300 all combat then. While still be able to make a 3-star from scratch the entire way up. And when I say from scratch, I mean from scratch. Like, we already have most of it banked. And whatever we don't have banked, we would get from mining. Like, I mean from scratch. Like, literally gather it, smelt it, carpenter it, everything. We could do all the way up to level 382 4-stars currently. I think that might be the play. That might be the tangent of all tangents. Is don't necessarily rush 500 all zones. But get to however far we can from scratch a 3-star. Until the price of 5-star equipment goes down. And then we just buy over 5-star equipment. Hey, you smelt it, dealt it. That's funny, Tyrion. What's this one message? Go for a 500 combat or 250 all? Well, that was basically the plan. I think that's the master plan now. I think the pivot has pivoted into a new pivot. I think the new pivot, the new shiny pivot, is get around 300 all combat, because that's about how far we'd be able to make a 3-star up to, or a 4-star, I mean. Is do about 300 all combat, and then still get Chronopolis to 500. I think that's the master plan now. I will still be going back for every other chapter. But I think that is the master plan. Do 200, 200, 200. Then 300, 300, 300, 300. And offset with mining smithing the entire time. And just kind of chill there for a little bit. Oh, also we do 500, 500 for Chronopolis as well. And somewhere's in all that. And then we kind of just chill a little bit until we either get way better production, or until trading comes out, so we could just buy all of our 5-star stuff. Or 4-star, I mean. And basically just do it up to what our current production is instead. Otherwise, we're gonna have a weird gap where we can't make nor buy our own equipment. Where we're kind of just stuck. So I think that's the game plan then. Because at this point, combat rework is almost guaranteed before trading. Oh wait, did I miss your message? We're stepping into slime? Oh no, this is water. Sorry, I didn't see your other message. I get distracted by Tyrion's because he made a joke. But no, this isn't slime, it's just a river. It's just really grimy. They don't upkeep it particularly well. But no, that's just normal water. It's a small little, really shallow river. Oh, you mean the water squishy noise? Oh yeah, Tyrion was mentioning that the other day, how cringe it is. The squishy noise. I don't know, I don't mind it. There's like a weird squishy noise whenever you get a fish or whenever you do like a foraging thing. Like when you get seaweed from the beach. It sounds like I'm stepping on slugs. Yeah, I see what you mean now. Or more so here. Hey, 6 levels to go. We're almost there. And after 4 more knowledge into Gather or Forager, because at that point I could just easily do the other level. But after 4 more knowledge points into Forager, I will be dumping the rest of stream on the Fisher. Just so we can get to our next good fish. Because we are almost hitting a dead zone for fishing. Even though this is the best activity you could do for fishing, we're starting to get to the level range where it's not as good. Even though it's still the best XP that you could be doing for any activity. Because those last few levels are still kind of slow. Even with the better XP rate. So the next 4 knowledge goes to Forager, and then after that we dump it all into fishing until we have 112. And in about an hour and 13 minutes we go do our cooking contracts, which will be the last set of cooking contracts we'll probably need to do on stream. I'll still need to do more off stream, but as far as on stream contracts, that should be the last set we need to get in a little over an hour. And all that grind should take about like 2-3 hours. Because we gotta do about like 2-ish to 3 hours more of fishing. And then like 10 to 20 minutes more of cooking. And foraging will just get done on its own. Without doing anything. As it will be done purely from knowledge. And we're a little bit short, in which case I will go manual, get the final level, I guess. But I believe with the 10% pot, we shouldn't be short with 4 more knowledge points. If it was a 5%, I would say maybe. But with a 10%, that should be able to cover it. Though technically, we don't really use 5% anymore. The only chapter I'd kind of be forced to use a 5% is Chapter 4. Every other chapter, we just use 7% now. Chapter 4 is the only outlier. Just because it's really annoying to make their 7%. It burned way too much money, which is why I didn't bother. I honestly should have made a little bit more than I did, though. Were they really that expensive? Because honestly, even if they were like 15 silver each, I should have been making them. I think the main reason I didn't is I was concerned about having enough money to finish alchemy. But yeah, how much was a 7%? Because I feel like I made way less than I should have. Let's see, Alchemist. Because I think by the end of it, I only made like 40 something. That's Stonewall Hill. No, honestly, it wasn't that bad. Because you get the red cabbage at discount. After the cinnamon stick, I think that came out to like 10 silver each. Instead of the number that's showing there. But yeah, why didn't I really do them that much more? I'm not sure why. I guess I was just concerned about money by the end of it all. But I really should have made slightly more than what we did. When player trading comes out, I'll definitely need to buy some from people. You left because of the noise alone the other day? Well, we're going to be hearing a lot of it over the next week. I could always mute it. But I kind of need the audio cue. There actually is a mute button for it. Should be this one. There we go. Oh no, it's still doing it. Is it ambience noise? Oh, it might be ambience. I turned off the ambience. Yeah, we're about to find out. I think the squish counts under ambience. Nope. Really? What does it count under then? Because it's not SFX. It's not ambience. Unless they put it under UI, but it shouldn't be under UI. Because it's not user interface. Wait. What? Turning off UI turns off the squish. What? Really? And you still have the audio cue of the spear. Okay, I'll just keep it like this then. I have deleted the squish. For whatever reason, they put it under the UI slider. For reasons I don't know. But the squish of the fish is under the UI. I don't know why, but we found it. You still get the spear poke though, but it's fine. You just don't get the squish at the end. We have muted the squish. But we still have the audio cue of the spear doing the action, which is nice. So we basically got the best case scenario. We still have the audio cue of when it happens. But also don't have to hear the squish every time. You like the squish? I don't know, I don't mind the squish. Hasn't really fazed me much. I'll play the rest of the stream with no squish, just to try it out. The only problem is whenever I do this, it has no sound as well. Because that's also under UI. We also get no sound whenever we click on these. Because that also counts as UI. Also, if someone tried adding us, that would probably also be a UI sound. Oh, you know why it counts as user interface? I just realized why. It's because this card coming up makes a squish noise. Whenever it's telling us we're getting one eel. Same as when we get a bone and it makes that little bone clunky sound. That's why it counts as UI. Because it's this that's making the noise. The interface that's showing that we got one pufferfish. That's what's creating the squish noise. Oh, that's why it's under UI. Okay, it makes sense now. I was just gonna say, why on earth would it be UI? But it's this thing popping up here, which is causing that noise to happen. Which is why it's considered UI rather than the normal sound effects. Which that makes sense now. Oh no, you don't get to hear your potion. Wait, that's weird. Drinking your potion is not UI. But the text on screen that shows or does the sound when your buff goes away is UI. I guess that kind of makes sense. That's kind of funny. Drinking your potion is not UI, but your potion ending is UI for the sound effect. Which I guess makes sense. Because the potion ending is just text on the screen. Whereas the potion being drank is an actual activity that your character is doing. So that one also makes sense. Kind of like how we hear the spear because it's the actual action. But we don't hear the pop-up of the little squish because it's the UI of actually getting the item. That's actually interesting how they have it divided. I actually like that. Honestly, I might keep UI muted. It also makes it so whenever you use the sense bar, it's silent. The visual is still there. But you don't get like spammed with noise when you do that. But I might actually keep this off for a little bit. As it gets rid of a lot of the more useless noise that's just there to be there. Like, I don't mind keeping ambience on. But having it this way, it makes it so it just plays the more useful sound, rather than the extra little bit of sound that plays after. That doesn't really have any audio cue to it. Like, the main audio cue noise is still playing. Which is the main thing that matters. I also have all area sounds off. Just so we don't hear other people constantly fishing around us or anything else. That way we can tell with the audio cue of when we actually do our own. Which, oddly enough, RuneScape to this day still does not have a function for that, by the way. You can with RuneLite, but base client, RuneScape does not have that. You cannot turn off other people's noises. But you can in Brighter Shores. And you technically can in old school RuneScape, you just have to use a third-party client. But the base client does not actually have a function for it, oddly enough. Like, if we were fishing here, we'd hear the other guy's spear on us and the other one next to us. We'd hear like 5 people fishing. But with it turned off, we only hear ourselves fishing. So we could always know when the audio cue is. Oh, that doesn't make any noise when you get a level up, though. Sad. That counts as UI. Oh, that one is a little disappointing. We don't get to hear the fun little level up sound. Or the knowledge sound. I'm actually surprised that doesn't count as music. But because it brings up an interface, it counts as UI. But yeah, when we play tomorrow, I'm probably just gonna play with only the 2004 Scape audio. I want to get the genuine, old school RuneScape soundtrack going. Because we were talking about it earlier to stream, and we'll be doing that tomorrow. There's a private server that's actually gotten quite a bit of popularity that's just 2004 RuneScape. And I figured we'd try it for one day. I'm not going to be farming it or anything, I don't think. But it looks like it's going to be updating through all the golden years. And it's being coded completely from scratch. I think so far they've only coded free-to-play. Also, there will be no membership fee even once they do code membership, though. It's a 100% free private server. No microtransactions, no nothing. Just exactly how the game was back in 2004. And in 2005, then 2006, and 2007. But so far they only have 2004 partially coded. Jaggy's gonna take it down? Well, even more reason to play it now. Yeah, there's like a 90% chance Jagex takes it down. Which is even more reason to go play it soon. Well, so far they've making no money from it. Like, if they were profiting from it, I could definitely see them having a higher incentive to take it down. But the fact that it's 100% free might make them a little bit less able to legally. But they can still make the argument that it's taken away from their customer base. But they can't make any argument that they're profiting from it. Because they're literally not profiting at all. It has no microtransactions, no membership fee, no nothing. Oh no, I don't think it's taken too much away from the game though. Brighter Shores is taking away more than the private server is. Like last I checked the private server today, it had like 400 people. Which is not nothing, but it's not a lot. Like it's still enough of a player base for the game to be active. But you know, compared to like the hundreds of thousands that they have, 400's like not even 1%. Also, half those people are probably playing both games at the same time anyways. I know I will be. All of tomorrow when we're playing 2004 Scape plus Brighter Shore simultaneously, we'll still be woodcutting. Because it refuses to give me a beaver pet. But at some point we'll get it. What's our XP at? We're at 20... Or, sorry, we're at 81.1 million. And we still don't have beaver. Let me go see. Just a confirmation that we don't have it and we're not hiding in our bank. Here's our non-existent beaver. Somewhere's in here. There it is. All pets. There's our beaver pet. All 0 of them. Someday we will get this beaver. Alright, there we go. Hope someone just got home. Dog's going crazy. %100% Pitbull? No. I forget what breed it is. It looks like a rug. Whatever the rug breed of dog is. It's like a mix between a Chihuahua and a rug. It acts like a Chihuahua, but it looks like a rug. I'm not sure what species it is, though. Whatever the rug species is of dog. I guess that like that really shaggy fur kind of look. Panamanium? I'm not sure if that is. But it does sound close. I don't think it actually is one, though. I forget what species. It might be, though. Slightly bigger than a hamster? No, it is slightly bigger. It is a small dog, but it's not that small. It's like slightly bigger than average cat size. So relatively small. Like, it's definitely a smaller dog breed, but not like super small. It's really funny because it loves laying on the ground as well. Which makes it look even more like a rug. It makes for a more convincing rug than the torn up rug we have on the ground right now. It's being replaced soon, though. That's actually the reason why we got to go for 2 days. His floor in his house hasn't been replaced in like 50-something years. It's taken a lot of hurricane damage in that time. A Yorkie? It does sound like a Yorkie. It might be like a Yorkie. Yes, the game is very the floor is very squeaky. If you press down on like 50% of the house floor, it'll make a squeaky noise. Over and over again. And if you jump in some places in the house, you would probably fall through the floor. If you jumped hard enough with enough weight. Alright, 1 hour, we gotta go check the cooking stuff. After this level rolls in, we only need 5 more. We're almost there. And after our next double knowledge meter, I will be throwing all knowledge into fishing. Just to finish out the last few levels a little quicker. Also because it's a little bit of a dead zone. Not like super dead, but slower than the rest, if nothing else. So yeah, next 2 knowledge goes on foraging, so we have 125, so we have the next activity. And then we start dumping into Fisher, whatever we still have left there, till we get to 112. And that's our final goal, is to get to 112. It's the only goal we really have left. Technically 125 Forager, but it's going to get done automatically. So our only other one is 112 Fisher. And that way tomorrow we focus all in on Forager. The main goal for tomorrow is to get to 149 Forager by any means. And that way we can start going back to fishing properly. And then we can do Fisher Forager again, finally. Still gotta prioritize Forager a bit, though. Because it's really important to get to 161 Forager. All foraging 161 and above, we actually need the material from. Everything else gets dropped. The only big downside with that is we actually gain levels slower from 161 to max. As it will be banking nearly everything, if not everything, from that level range. I just realized we're going to get exactly 3,300 to stream as well on the dot. Because we're going to get 5 more cooking levels, or sorry, 5 more fishing levels, 1 more cooking level, and 1 more forager level. Which gets us exactly to 3,300, which is rather convenient. Which means tomorrow we should hit level 333. Oh, that definitely has to be a goal for tomorrow. Aside from the 149 Forager, we gotta hit level 333 tomorrow. That'll be a funny number. So tomorrow will be the 2004 Scape plus 3333 for Brighter Shores. I'm not sure what we're gonna focus on for 2004 Scape. Because we're going to go through the whole nostalgia trip. From tutorial islands back then, to some questing, to combat. Not sure what we'll focus on. We'll probably do a poll tomorrow to kind of see. Like, I know what I'm focusing on Brighter Shores. I'm not sure what we're focusing on when we tried 2004 Escape for the first time. I'm probably doing a bunch of quest rushing. There's a lot of needed XP that you need. I also want to try actual trading, because that's what trading will be like when Brighter Shores comes out. We're going to actively have to trade with other people. Which means we can finally do Varrock Square again. Like Varrock West Bank. That and Falador Park are probably crowded. But I assume Varrock West Bank is going to be the main one. What's kind of funny about Brighter Shores, though, is due to how trading works and everything, if you could technically trade everywhere from your bank, the main trading hub would actually be on Stone Street. This hub area in like this 4-way corner. If you were able to trade anywhere with your entire bank, that's technically where trading would be done. You're basically forced to have to do it in Chronopolis, though, as you will only be able to trade bank to bank in Chronopolis. But if they eventually ever allowed you to do that anywheres, this would be like Varrock West Bank right here. Because that's what happened when the hats came out. And it would likely happen if trading was also allowed to be anywhere. Everyone just standing around in the most crowded square in the game. Why is bank option only in Chronopolis? To force people over there. Because they wanted to make that the main trading hub. And that's the way that you make it the main trading hub. Is to force people over there. They also wanted to probably divide it from free-to-play. Since free-to-play doesn't have trading, they don't want it to be like some free-to-play area. So they kind of had to hide it in one of the member areas. And they weren't going to do it in the mine, so they kind of had to do it in Chronopolis. So hello, virtually! Welcome, welcome. Like, it's pretty much the only place they could have put it. Because they weren't going to put it in Chapter 1 or 2. Chapter 3 wouldn't make sense because it's a mining district. So Chapter 4 was like the earliest chapter they could have added it to. Which is the exact chapter they added it to. I do have to say, I do prefer Fisher over Forager. The more I keep doing Forager, the more I actually dislike it rather than like it. I feel like I've actually had the opposite effect with Forager than I have with Gatherer. I hated Gatherer going in, but then loved it going out. And honestly, I kind of loved Forager going in, but kind of hate it going out. I'm not sure what it is about it. It's not as big of a fan. Even though the routing and everything is so much better for Forager, there's just some things that are still really clunky with it. Whereas Gatherer really doesn't ever really have that super clunkiness to it. Like, it's rather consistent throughout the entire skill. Whereas you're doing something drastically different pretty much every level range for Forager. But almost in a bad way. Like, Forager almost changes too much, in a sense. Like, what you need to do for it. Whereas by level 50 Gather, you kind of know like the whole gameplay loop that you're pretty much in for. But Forager changes at absolutely every level range. The route that you'd have to do. There are a few that remain consistent. But it depends on what your combat and fishing level are. On some of your routes. It takes into account so many other levels. Whereas it doesn't matter what your woodcutting level is, you would always be doing the same Gather woodcutting route. It'd be nice if you had a better woodcutting level, but your route would always be the same. It's not like your woodcutting level changes what route you do. Like your route for Gather at level 10 woodcutting is the same that, or at level 20 woodcutting is like the same that you would end up doing at level like 350. Whereas the same for Forager would be like 4 different methods in between there for every single level range. Yeah, Chronopolis is going to be the main trading hub around the trading tower, the merchant tower. And Varrock West Bank or Falador Park, equivalents of trading. Like that mechanic is this square right here. This is Varrock West Bank, aka the south part of East Player Market. This area right here is going to have like 50 people just standing there. Maybe not that many. They're going to see at least like 20, 30 with the current player base probably just standing there. As it's the closest one to the teleport. So it's going to be the most common place for people to trade. You also have to constantly go through it every time you do a leatherworker run, and every time you do a merchant run, and half the time when you do a detective run. Like, the player density in that area is going to be so absurdly high. I'm really curious to see what it's going to be like. Week 1 of trading, week 2 of trading. Yeah, that's probably going to be the most dense square ever. And they're all going to be on the south side of it as well. It's not like they're going to evenly distribute. It's just going to be one absurdly high concentration right on south side of East Market Square. Yeah, it's really going to be funny to see. Because here's where you can start trading your entire bank to bank. Like, I'm not sure what the other tiles are used for. Because who on earth is going to be doing it anywhere other than East Player Market? Like, every single person is just going to be right there and nowhere else. Like, you might have, like, 3 people per tile in this area right here. Like, somewhere's around that. Because you only got, like, 20-something tiles. There's going to be, like, 40 or 50 people there, assuming the room can even support that. There's going to be at least, like, 2 people a tile in that area. I'm pretty sure people will try to get unique tiles, though. Or there might be some overlap. Where would free-to-play trade? Oh, that's the best part. You can't. No. But trading's not available to free-to-play. Which is why it's in Chapter 4, not Chapter 1 or 2. They can swap holiday items, but they can't trade anything. They did this as an anti-botting measure. So bots would basically have to pay in order to pay out. Which would be able to track them a little bit better. Because that gives them all the time of them running through Mines of Matubin to try to track them before they finish Chronopolis. To make sure that they don't dump all their stuff into the economy. How good they're going to be at doing that is within question. But that's kind of the game plan that they have. Is put it in Chapter 4. Have only the first 2 the free-to-play with no trading. And then they got to get halfway through Chapter 4 to be able to unlock trading. So ideally, sometime before they finish Mines of Matubin, they can pick them up as a bot, and then ban them before they trade in Chronopolis. Or at least that's their goal anyways. How good they're going to be at doing that is within question. Or at least that's their plan anyways. To try to make it so bots can't sell out all their stuff. They're still going to. Find a way. But it'll make it less likely that they can. Or at least more time that they could track them before they do get all the way through. Yeah, there's not going to be a market system initially. There's not going to be a grand exchange or a player market initially. It's all player-to-player trading only. But they did mention they will eventually add something kind of like World of Warcraft system, which is like an auction house. But initially, it'll be purely player-to-player trading. No grand exchange or auction house initially. It will be more of an auction house style because they do plan to have a bunch of different effects on various gear. So every single individual piece of gear is going to be drastically different down the line. Right now, armor is drastically different. But eventually, everything will be. Because all the modifiers and everything on gear. It's not like RuneScape where you just get something and you just simply have it. At most, maybe it has like a few cosmetic overrides or something. But in Brighter Shores, there's going to be like thousands, tens of thousands of every individual item. Even just armor alone, it's whatever 20 times 6 is. Possibilities. Because there's 20 different 1 in 20s. But yeah, actually, remember, that's to the power of 6, isn't it? That's a very big number. Wait, would that be to a power 6? I forget how you do the math on that. Whatever number that would come out to be. It says 6, 1, and 20 rolls. So there's already tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of armor pieces. Like, of this level 218 armor, there's over 10,000 different variants of it already in the game with no modifiers in the game currently. Which is why they're opting for more of an auction house system. Because they can't possibly do it the same system that Old School RuneScape has. It's not like you get a twisted bow that has like 10,000 variants. There's just simply the twisted bow and that's it. There's no like modifier or anything on it. But in this game, particularly for armor, at least at the moment, but eventually for everything, there's going to be so many modifiers that there's just way too many to do a proper grand exchange system. It'd have to be purely auction house based. As every single gear is going to be drastically unique, particularly armor, until they had ways to min-max it down the line. Who knows, maybe by Chapter 5 they will have a way to min-max it. Hopefully also a way to be able to see the stats, because currently you can't see the stats on armor. They're still there, but you can't see them. They're invisible. Not that they're invisible, but you'd have to do a bunch of math to figure out what their base stats actually are. Or more so, you'd have to take the base stats, subtract it from it, and then figure out what your modifiers are. But hopefully by the time Armor Maker comes out, they'll fix that system. As well as relay the info back to the player a little bit better than what it currently does. And by that, I mean not at all. But I assume they would fix that by the time Chapter 5 comes out, which I hope so. They kind of need to. The assumption is they would. If they actually were or not is within question. Also, one thing that's kind of weird. Whenever you take a fish and you take it from underneath, I believe it always tries to prioritize you west first rather than east. But one thing that's weird is whenever you take a foraging node, it actually prioritizes you south always. But like if I go under this fish, it'll push me east. Like we already know that without even doing anything. And if I go to a middle fish here, it'll push me west. Like if I step under this fish and take it, it's gonna push me west. If it'll let me. Oh, don't go there. Now I can't show it properly. Because obviously he's gonna push me west. There's no other way to push me. That is east or west. Which is kind of weird because the fish prioritize you to go west. But the foraging material actually forces you south always. Rather than east-west. It's kind of weird. Like I showed on this eel. If I go under this eel and then take it, it could do either east or west, but it should bring me west. Yep, it brought me west. That's weird. But yeah, if you do that to a foraging material, it actually brings you south always. But the fish have east-west priority, like many other things in the game. And it seems to want to prioritize you west rather than east. Unless there is no west in which it does drag you east. I wonder what I'd do if you had neither. I would assume south. Given that forager material already does that. Is it's prioritizing west, then east, then south, then north. I don't think there's currently a spot where you could test that though. I don't think there's any 1x1 tile where you can fish. Where it's blocked by a wall on, like, 2 sides. And by 2 sides, I mean east and west. Not like north or west or something. But I don't believe there's a single tile in the game where a fish is blocked both east and west. There are some where it's blocked by 2 directions, but never east and west simultaneously. Because in that situation, it should drag you south. About half an hour to our next chef run. Which should be the last chef run we need to do of the day. Well, not of the day, but of the stream, I should say. I'll have to do more later. Oh, wait. Maybe... Wait. I just realized. My camera angle was wrong. When I was looking at the other thing. Wait, are fish just coded really weird? Oh no, it is still doing self-priority. Ah, I was gonna say, why are fish so much different? That makes sense. I'm looking at the wrong camera angle. 10 minutes on till Alk Party? Oh, who's having Alk Party? Oh, so where's the Alk Party? I assume in the alchemy location. But technically you can do it anywhere. It's like the Cape spot. Wait, never mind. It was doing still self-priority. Okay, that's fine. Alright, that explains everything. I was gonna say, why are fish so much different? It's because I had my camera angle wrong. I forgot. This is actually north over here in south. Which means if I go over here, it does still prioritize south. Like if I go under this fish right here, it'll drag me south. Okay, never mind. I just had the camera angle weird. So I was wondering why they were so much different than any other material. But yeah, never mind. They still drag you south like any material does. Whenever you go under any material in this game, it will drag you south first. And then it will prioritize north. It's just, we don't really know what would prioritize after that. Assumably east in that case then. But yeah, it's still doing the south-north thing. Like the bones were and everything. I just keep forgetting that this isn't the natural angle of this area. Because this is actual north then. Alright, so they're not coded any differently. I wasn't sure if they were because they did them in wrong order. Or, you know, they did this one first and the other one later. But no, it's just my camera angle making it weird. It is still doing the same south-north thing from the other thing. The main thing that made me notice that is I noticed we didn't move to east priority when I grabbed that one fish. When I was grabbing it just in the open world. And I was like, wait, that's weird. It should always move the other way. But it's because my camera angle was wrong. I didn't have it north-oriented. Alright, so false alarm. Everything is normal. Whenever you go under a node, it always forces you south. Unless there's no south, in which case it forces you north. False alarm. It's still doing the same thing that everything else is. And the main thing that made me notice is it didn't drag me east-west. Because whenever you go to a node like this, when you're same distance, it'll always drag you east-west. For example, if we're the even amount of space from this, it should bring me to the east tile, not to the north tile. Or sorry, to the west, because I'm looking at the wrong camera angle again. Like right here, it should bring me to the east tile, not the south. Like we already know because it has east-west priority. But when you step under, you have north-south priority. Like right here, it'll bring me to this west tile right here. But if I was to go underneath it, it would drag me to the south. Already some here? Where are you guys at? Wait, Kale, where's the thingy? Is it at the potion place, or is it at, somewhere else? Or is that the keep shop? The alchemy shop? Okay, I'll stop by the alchemy shop soon then. I'll go make some of the useless potions I still have banked. That I've been getting from low-level forager. Alright, I'll just finish this one fish cycle then. Go head over there. We got a bunch of alchemy junk we can go do real quick. Oh wait, I can't because I wanted to maximize how much I do of the 1 AFK potion. Well, I guess I could do chef until then. Because that's a lot closer to get there. Oh, no, I guess we could technically still keep fishing. But they haven't started yet. It's a little bit early for our double run, though. Alright, let's see how crowded the alchemy place is. Just gonna peek at them. Alright, we got a whole crowd here. Where's the dance emote? There we go. Oh, so who's the person doing 500, by the way? So do I need a potion change? No, this should be enough. I do want to buy a few more while we're here, though. Let me get them now. Actually, you know what? I could just use the things I have in the bank. Maybe I will actually make those. Not this one. Didn't I grab like 7% material earlier? Yes, I grabbed enough for 18 7%. I'm actually going to use these when I run out of 5%, I think. Oh, I also grabbed half the material for 6%, but those don't really matter. I'm just going to give those to the alts. Alright, let's see. Give me like 10 of these and 10 of the other thing. Or technically I need 11, right? That doesn't matter because I'm not going to have enough. Oh, wait, this requires rack. Oh, yeah, this is for that useless potion. Wait, how many racks do I have banked? Oh, don't tell me the answer is none. Oh no, I have no racks banked. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I have both of these two materials banked, though. Oh, so who's the person getting 500 alchemy? Oh, where's the emotes? There we go. Who's in pink? I'm not sure. Can't see their name. There it is. The Brit Anthea. What's happening? I was saying, what's happening? Oh, Douche is the one hitting it. Nice. Oh, so I'm the highest level here XP wasting right now. Yeah, the community gets together quite a bit for various things. I don't know, we should maybe have a 200 all party at some point. The only problem is it's going to be soon after the combat rework, so everyone's going to be busy doing combat rework. He took my tile. Oh, never mind. KC is here. Oh, no, never mind. We're higher level. No, never mind. He's higher level than us. No, we're not. Never mind. Other way around. He will be soon, though. At his current rate, he will pass us. He's definitely gonna pass us. Give him, like literally 2 weeks and he'll pass us, probably. I'll come back from my 2 days away and he'll be, like, level 3,500 or something. You don't have a firebolt so you can face me. Because I don't think I've ever hit so many emotes. I haven't even used all of these. I'm not sure what half these do. Just spamming our dances. So as soon as that number goes up, we'll know that they hit it. And then we're going to have like a whole crowd of people just go and ambush the Cape Shop. I wonder what the capacity is for Cape Shop. Let's see, what's the capacity for this room right now? Let me go check. The capacity for this room is 25 people. Is max capacity. Because whatever it is, we're about to hit it for every room we touch. Oh, are they about to get it? Doing it with knowledge? Oh, wait. Up. Actually, I might as well just do it over here. There it goes. Nice. Nice. Are they going to get the cape now? Are they going to get the cape? Oh, that's not what I wanted. Where's the punch? Boom. Yep, another 500 alchemy. I'm not sure if they're going all the way to the Cape place. I'm not sure if they can even afford it. I'll probably mention it in a moment for going over to the Cape. Because the Cape shop is so small. I don't even think there's enough room for one tile for everyone. It's like a 5x5. Not sure what the room limit is for it. There's a chance after 500 alchemy they can't afford it, though. Time for Cape? Oh, maybe they can afford it. Cape time? To the Cape room! We're just gonna see a gigantic line of people. Go before we hit the room limit. Go. Oh, I was playing in the wrong room. That would be funny. Alright, there we go. Alright, we are here. Oh no, did I get the wrong server? Oh no! Wait, did we get the wrong one? Oh no, we might have went into overflow. Oh no, I got a reserver. Where's Clay? Wait, where's Kale? What's Kale? It might already be over, let's say, Kale. Join same server. You're already on the same server as Kale. No! We didn't get it. Rip. Let's see. Let me try Mightius. Join same server. I'm already in same server. Join same server. You're already in same server. Join same server. You're already in same server. Same server. Same server. Yeah, we missed. Same server. Same server. Same server. Same server. Same server. Okay, well, anyways. Congrats to them. Alright, back to skilling. Oh, we didn't make it in the right server. We missed. Anyways, back to what we're doing. Which is, I guess, checking our chef bounty. Watch, I'll go back to fishing and then we'll do chef. So welcome back virtually. Welcome, welcome. How's trading not here yet? They're working on the combat rework and 2 quests first. But yeah, that's one thing I am surprised by. We're like 3 months into the game and it still hasn't gotten trading. Despite it being a feature that was originally going to launch with. It's still around the corner though. They just want to make sure they do it right whenever they add it. How did I know this? Because they made a tweet about it. Like about a week ago. That half the team is working on 2 new quests and the other half is working on completely dismantling the combat system. And basically reworking it from scratch. Or, you know, the complete combat overhaul that they're doing. If they add more transmogs, yeah, they're going to be down the line. Their main priority right now is more permanent content, though. Not that transmogs aren't, but you know what I mean. Like actual substantial content. They're trying to slow down with the cosmetics and quality of life, or more so quality of life, so they can work on bigger content. I don't believe we're getting any new cosmetics until Easter, though. I highly doubt we're getting any cosmetics between now and then. But the only exception might be the monument finally getting whatever its cosmetic reward is. Or maybe from a quest specifically. But besides from that, we're probably not getting any until Easter. When all the Easter holiday items come in. Alright, main goal right now is get 112 fishing. And I will be dumping all knowledge we get into fishing. So we're almost there. Gotta do like an hour and a half of fishing, give or take a little. Shouldn't take too long since we're dumping all knowledge into it now. So we can get to that better XP rate. What's great about it too is we get the 5% XP bonus soon as well. A single level after that, so it's really good to go get over there. Also, I just realized we could be doing COD right now. I wonder if COD's actually worth it. I didn't actually double check to see if it's better than, it probably isn't because of spear upgrade. Which I probably don't even need to check. Even if it's better XP per hour solo, the spear likely makes it enough more, especially with puffer eel, for it to not be worth it. Co-op could be a different situation though, but we're not going to bother co-oping it. I will go check just in case though. It would have to be something like over 30% better for it to be worth it, though. which I highly doubt it is. But the solo version would have to be 30% better than what we're doing now. What level am I looking for? Level 104. Yeah, it's not worth it. Oh, wait, never mind. That's bank. Yeah, it's not worth it. Even if you co-opt it, wouldn't be worth it. Plus, you also don't make any money while doing that. And it's worse XP. Because that's assuming you drop everything. The XP rate that we were looking at. And even then, it's worse XP per hour than what we're doing now. And it's not even accounting for the tool percent and everything. And doing it co-op would not make up for any lost XP there. The best place to do pine is the room with the bitter fruit. The one next to the clover room. As you can perfect cycle there. But yeah, it's this room right here. We did it on our final woodcutting day. If you want to see the cycle and everything. Because you can grab 4 0 tiles bitter fruit there. If they're within your level range, they're pretty good value. But, yeah, that's the main room you farm. And then, of course, you bank over there. Fear Potion is definitely advised, but not needed. Yeah, that's where most of our 201 Fort Gatherer came from. As a level and a half came from just doing pine trees up to 200 woodcutting. Yeah, you just drop the bitter fruit. You can technically also drop the pines if you want to, but if you're doing carpentry, you definitely want to bank them. There's a really good carpentry XP. Actually, now that I think about it, out of any log in the game, I think they have a best ratio of woodcutting XP to carpentry XP relative to bank distance of any tree in the game. I didn't think about that just now. Oh no, that's not true. Oh, maybe Suave. Oh no, Suave's so far apart though. Oh no, I haven't done the math on it, but it's pretty close to the best one. Like the ratio of woodcutting, carpentry, and banked XP that it has per hour as a ratio. Plus you can also 0-time gather with it, which is pretty nice. It's a really good trade. It quickly became my favorite one in the entire game. The material, or the stuff you build out of it's kind of underwhelming though. Unless you're a hammer mage. But even then, it's not even particularly good for hammer mage. Like, it's not bad, but it just doesn't really make that much. Which I say that, I think hammer mage gets like one good weapon out of it. Curry Knight gets almost nothing. And Guardian gets quite literally nothing. You're trying to get forgotten things done? Nice, good luck. Yeah, that 50 carpenter grind's quite a grind. Alright, we'll do one more set of fish, then we'll go do our chef run. And after that, I think we only need 1 hour fishing. Probably a little less. That should be everything we need. We pretty much hit all the goals we wanted. Well, have hit all the goals we wanted, at least for today. At least for on-stream today. The main goal for tomorrow being, we don't stop to 149 Forager. So I can start AFKing Fisher Forager once again. Or, you know, active AFK, whatever you want to call it. I'm not sure what to call some things in this game. Because AFK means quite a few different things in this game. Are you talking about, like, 30 seconds AFK? Are you talking, like, 2 to 3 minutes AFK? Or are you talking about literally log out for up to 24 hours AFK? There's such a wide range compared to some games. There's, like, 3 different layers. One where you don't have to click nearly as much, where you're mostly just using queuable action. Another where you're doing activity that has a really long duration, like raid dens, where you have like 2 or 3 minutes normally. Or literally like log out for up to 24 hours amount of AFK. Like true literal AFK. Because all 3 of them are technically an AFK activity. Just to drastically different degrees. Everything from 30 seconds to 24 hours. Oh, I found the missing pier. I feel like we've seen him a lot lately. I assume he just camps Hopeport or something. Especially given that he can only be in 2 chapters since he doesn't have a class. So that would explain why I've been seeing him a lot recently. Because we've been in chapter 1 and 2 a lot. And he's locked to chapter 1 and 2. I'm still curious what the most progressed account is right now that's 100% free to play. I'd probably say it's whoever rank 1 guard is, or rank 1 Hope Forest. Technically both. It's likely either Zohan, whoever anonymous number 1 is here, or Apathetic from Hope Forest, which is this one. One of those 3 is the most progressed free-to-play account in the game. It's hard to tell which, though. As hello, Owl. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. We just got back from a 500 alchemy party. Not for us, of course. Someone in-game. I haven't actually showed up to too many 500 parties. I think in total I've been to like 3 to 5. I'm trying to think how many we streamed. I think we've only ever streamed 2 of them. The one we just did and the 500 Leatherworker one. Or is that off stream? I don't remember. Was that the first one we ever got to on stream? It might actually be, now that I think about it. I think every other one has been off stream. Because normally they fall at like weird times where we're just happen to not be streaming. Like the dead of night. Just finish your work week trying to hit 350 watch person. Nice. Also, hello, Sani, by the way. How did I not say hello earlier? I didn't even see your thing. But hello, Sani, if you're still here. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for the like. Greatly appreciated. Hope all's been well. I'm pretty sure you're gone by now, though. That was actually during the 500 party. I didn't even realize it. I was so focused on everything else. I was spamming the emotes too much. Oh no. But yeah, we were just talking about that earlier. When we go do combat, I'm actually considering 300 all. Where we do 200 all initially, then come back for 300 all or something similar. Or even just do 300 all initially. The main reason being is we were doing some math on how far we can from scratch build a 4-star. And realistically, it's anywhere from about 283 to 300 by the time we get there. Like to the point where combat reworks set you out. With the extra plus 60 that you can do. So I'm considering only getting 300 all combat. As that's as high as we can get 4 stars for. And then worry about the rest later. Once the market comes down on like tier 500 weapons. The only problem with that is depending on how weapon proficiency works. We might only need to do like 250 all. Because we don't know how much further above our level range we'll be able to go into gear. Like, we might be level 200 wielding a 500 weapon, you never know. There's a lot of details we don't know about it in that regard. Like, how accessible is weapon proficiency on the skill tree? Because if the answer is very, then you might be level 100 wielding a 500 weapon. I'm pretty sure it won't be that absurd. But there will be some absurdities. Because I'm pretty sure by like 200 or 250 you could probably wield a 500. Or who knows, maybe you can only wield like a 3 or 400 by then. We just don't know how accessible it's going to be, or how many are on the board, or how far you have to go deep before you get into each one. Because that would throw a little bit of a curveball. Because if we can only make, let's say, 300 weapons, but we can start wielding 300 by like 200, then technically 200 all is as far as I can go. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. There's just a lot of small details like that we just don't really know until it happens. Alright, time to go do our chef run after this pot. Then we'll go do our double take on that, and then come back to do fishing for the rest. If I have enough time, I might do 2 sets here. I want to get to level 109 before I dump it if I can. Not sure it's going to let me, though. Yeah, we're not getting enough XP. Never mind. Scratch that. Oh, so I can turn this timer off now. Because this is the last time I'll need to check at the stream. This fishing should be done within the next hour. Alright, there we go. Alright, we don't need the timer anymore, thank you. Oh, you know what? One more 5% potion might actually do it. I'm doing it. We're gonna do one more 5% before we head over there. We still technically have like 12 minutes. I just like getting there a little early. But we have a solid 10 minutes before we actually need to be there. The main reason I want to get at this level in is because we get a little bit more points out of our knowledge whenever we use them like that. And that'll get us to 109.5. Then we just need to get 2.5 more. Which after our cooking should only take about another 40-50 minutes. Shouldn't be that bad. And off stream I start working on the forager grind again. Or the chef grind. Chef's in a little bit of a dead area to 170 though. Not like super dead, but dead enough to make it so foraging is way better to go do. Because 149 foraging is really important to us get to, particularly 161. But 149 allows us to start doing fishing again. Because we're pretty much locked out of fishing after 112. That's why our goal is 112 right now. Because we're pretty much locked out of fishing until 149 forager. And it's mostly because we're going to be multitasking forager and fishing at the same time. So the guy called Vaporeon is fishing. That's kind of funny. I didn't realize it till just now. He's going for 500 fishing. Or at least he likely is. Generally, if you're doing post 200 fishing, you're probably going all the way. If you're even bothering to do it in the first place. The only exception is to go to 226. Just so you can get the venture going. But other than that, generally speaking, if you're doing fishing post 200, you're doing it for oh, so I should have sold them earlier, but it's fine. You're doing it purely for 500. Yeah, there we go. 7.5 gold. Nice, nice. Alright, let's go get some eggs. What's our current contract? Oh, none. I forgot. We cleared out literally all of them last time. Oh, no. So I'm going to turn that one sound back on. Where's our UI? There we go. Keep third party off, though, so we don't hear a billion noises everywhere. And this does go into Fisher. We're getting there. So close yet so far. So far on the vote, not counting other, Chambers of Xeric is in first place. Collection logging is in second. Or let's see, Chambers of Xeric, which is like the raid 1, the first raid. Kind of like what raids will be like in Brighter Shores, is at 30%. The collection log, which is the main thing that the hardcore's kind of been doing, is at 25%, and clue scrolls. And oddly enough, the new boss is only at 10%. I do plan to do a little bit of all of it when we do that this weekend. But we'll be doing 2004 Escape tomorrow and try that since some people have been asking about it. And I'm kind of curious about it. I'll probably only do it as a one-off thing, though. I don't plan to really farm that game. Mostly because it's a private server that can be shut down at literally any second. But I'll try it. It has no microtransactions, no membership fee, no nothing. It's just simply how the game was pretty much in 2004. Except only the free-to-play areas. They haven't coded the rest of member areas yet. I think they coded some members features, like the muddy chest and a couple things like that. But, it doesn't have all... It's like a weird half and half right now. Where it has mostly just all free-to-play areas. And they're still coding out all the member area stuff. We'll try it tomorrow just for the fun of it. For nostalgia's sake. Before the private server gets shut down. Alright, what do I need? Fisher. Actually, before I sell all of them, let me double check what our bounties are. Wow, they are bad. Wow, they are all bad. Wow. Oddly enough, this is like the least worst one. This is more for like all three combined. Wow, that's horrible. Alright, I would like a better roll, please, in 6 minutes. Alright, while we're waiting, let's go make some more eggs, I guess. Yeah, those are horrible. Scrap Merchant and Sentinel always worth taking, though. They also have really good synergy together. Oh, so we should gain a cooking level from this. This should be the final cooking level we get this stream. We already got our final foraging level. This will be our final cooking level as soon as we turn in all these bounties. And then we're good to go. And then we just got to get the final 3, or technically 2.5 fishing level. And that'll be 3,300 on the dot, as well as the 112 fishing we need for later. But I can't utilize the 112 fishing until we get 149 forager, which will be the main goal for tomorrow. As well as tonight off stream. Because obviously I'll be grinding with it after I grab dinner. That and running these eggs, because they're pretty chill. Only problem is we only get to do the chill method until 170. Everything from 170 to max is actually super non-AFK. You gotta do bacon sandwich from 170 to 184, and then lobster from 184 to 200. I do plan to do drop method for lobster. I'm not sure if most people do it. And I'm pretty sure the wiki rate assumes not drop method. As I will be doing 8 cream, then 8 cream, then 8 cream. Then 24 lobster. Then a 12 and 12. It should be quicker than doing 6, 6, 6, 6, 6 over and over again. Keyword on the should. I haven't actually timed it or anything. But it should be slightly better, as you have to go to the guide to sell only once rather than 4 times. I guess you could still do the 6 and then drop them, and then 6 then drop, and 6 then drop. Actually, maybe that'll be the way we do it then. Because you could just do 4 sets of 6 and just drop them to the ground. Because the amount of tiles that you save doing it the other way isn't really that much. But if you're selling them 6 at a time, that is really, really slow. I was not sure if I want to make all the cream first and then do the lobsters. There's a lot of weird juggling that wastes time. So yeah, maybe I will do the standard 6 method, but drop them until we have 24 on the ground. Or, you know, until we have 18 on the ground and then pick up the other ones. The only big issue with that is you kind of need a couple potion to do them properly. So hopefully that quest comes soon. Because that's something I just now realized too. How are you supposed to use XP pots? You'd have to juggle the XP pot on the ground. Because doing the lobster method requires a full inventory to be clear. Unless you're going to do 555, in which case it's really slow. Compared to 666, 6. I don't know, figure out something. We'll mess around with it when we're there. We only have to do it in the final stretch from 184 to max. Worst comes to worst, we could just chill with bacon sandwich still and just do 11 of them and not need to worry about the potions and everything. I don't think there was any other option that was viable within this range though. It's bacon sandwich or lobster. Everything else isn't worth it. Because I'm pretty sure the rate on the wiki you can get slightly better than for lobster. Because I assume they sell 6 at a time, which wastes a lot of tiles. You could probably get about 5% better than whatever the wiki rate says for lobster per hour. Assuming they sell 6 at a time rather than waiting till they have 24. Oh wow, I just got the deadest server ever. Oh, we got our own private server for cooking today. Guess the other one got full. I don't think I've ever seen this room empty. There we go. The overflow room. Though it makes sense. This place gets really crowded around the end of the hour. Because that's when the board resets. That's why we're here as well. This is where the whole crowd hits the chef place. Yeah, we're almost there. One more minute. Then we'll take whatever bounties we have on the board. And just do any that are viable. Hopefully we can do it all in one run. I'll probably need to buy everything twice. But we should be able to fit the final product in one run. I got 1 more minute. I think we can get away with 1 more egg inventory. I will double check. Also, we're just teasing the bar. We're not going to get all the way there. When do we get our next XP upgrade, though? 160 is when the next upgrade hits. Oh, we haven't even gotten the first time bonus for the sausage and mash. Oh, we do have it as a task, right? No. That's funny. We're still not going to get it done. I guess that's fine. We're going to get the foraging level to get it done for free soon. So the cost doesn't really matter for the XP rate you get in return. Is there any of these that we want to grab? Not really. They're all the low value ones. If these were lower numbers, I'd probably take them. This one's just annoying. These still aren't like horrifically bad, but I'm still gonna skip. Alright, show something good. This one's fine. This one we're already going there anyways. Definitely not taking South Wall, and honestly I'm probably not heading over there just for that. Alright, so that's everything we need then. That should be everything. So we could turn in the Bass to Big Sheen, and then double turn an eel on Scrap Merchant. Wait, how much is that? 12, 15. Plus 12 is too much. So I'm gonna have to make 2 trips here for buying. Which we already kind of knew we would need to do. It's mostly because the eels take up so much. Because you need 2 ingredients for them. I could have just done the auto 12. I forgot. And then the bass. The bass, that would be you. Doesn't look like you, but I guess they change color when they're grilled. I looked at the icon, it's like, wait, that's not the right fish. But no, it is. It just looks a bit different when it's fully grilled. And I'll go pick everything up. Also, I probably shouldn't put that many 100% potions on the ground. I mean 10% potions, I mean. 100% I wish, could you imagine? That'd be so broken. Double EXP potion! Do you hear a squish? Oh yeah, squish is back on. That's not squish, it's cooking sound. That's the sound of cooking. Sounds like squish. Nope, sound of cooking. This happens to make squish noise. Yeah, it happens whenever I drop and pick up the fish. It makes squish noise. Which we were doing because we had to juggle with some stuff. Because equivalent potions don't exist yet. So we gotta keep juggling the fish and everything. We don't need to juggle them anymore though. The juggling has concluded. That should be everything we need for the run. How close are we to a meter? I almost want to use a 10% pot for this. We get to turn in 3 of them. I can still use a 5%. I don't know, it's just a lot of XP. Getting like 50 something. That's like half a knowledge point. I'll probably just use a 5%, it's fine. Still being conservative with these 10%. Even though I still have like 300 something left. And by the time we max, we'll probably be at like high 200 something. And by max, I mean 200 older. I want to save them for post 200 alchemy. Is the main thing I want to save them for. Potentially post 200 cooking if it ever gets buffed. But otherwise, post 200 alchemy. I'll need it more. Oops, someone doing an AFK for fishing. Actually, 2 people there. I almost never see anyone doing that. Weird to see a whole crowd there. Especially since they normally would log out, of course. Oh, so while over here, I should go get the first time bonus for the fish. I guess maybe I should have 10%ed then. Not mess out items. What am I trying to do? So I gotta remember to do this twice. Because he got 2 orders. And that reminds me, isn't the Super Bowl this Sunday? Definitely gonna be picking out for it a bit. Gonna gain like 5 pounds that day. Oh, this isn't the one that got upgraded. Oh, it's the one over here? Really? Interesting. It's the one all the way in the corner. I might actually bank these. Don't I need these right now? I think I actively need this fish. This is the cod I keep buying, I think, for the cod and chips. Let me double check. Is this the one we actually care about? 'Cause I think it might be. I'm only gonna grab 22 right now, though. But it's kind of interesting if so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, we don't need this for cod and chips anymore. Alright, we're out of here then. Well, we got the first time bonus while we're here at least. It's worse the XP than if we were just doing eel. I mean, just doing puffer. Like, even just puffer only without even touching eel is better XP than doing those due to the spear upgrade. Well, back to the puffer eel loop. Until we get 2.5 more levels then. And I'll probably just call the stream there and just work on foraging off stream. But tomorrow's goal being 149 forager. I go a little bit beyond that, but 149 is the bare minimum. It's Pokemon Go Day? Nice. Yeah, that was something weird for Gems Award. They didn't actually announce a Vault weekend this month. Which, if that's the case, that saves a lot of time. Because Vault weekend is, like, infinitely farmable. So not needing to do that would be great. Even though the loot from it's amazing. Oh, did they change it to end of month? Oh, okay. That checks out. Because I was wondering why there wasn't one this month. Must have just been a mistype on the monthly calendar. Actually, that's something I wish Brighter Shores would release already. They said they have an internal roadmap for the year, or, you know, for, like, the upcoming stuff that's happening. But they said they didn't want to share it quite yet, just in case they can't keep up with some of the dates. But Brighter Shores already has a roadmap for, like, the next half a year to a year. But it's not publicly shared yet. I hope they do that sometime in the next month or two. Once they have a better idea of how they want to gauge everything. Because they already got a roadmap in mind. It's just not publicly available. That is funny. There's Dewish. That's the person that we went to the 500 alchemy party for. I guess they're going 500 all for this chapter because they went straight to fishing afterward. Salunda! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. How much money are we up to? We're almost at 8. I was mentioning that earlier, but I'm considering dumping all the money into pickaxe. Basically, after the grind we're doing now, we have to make 20 more gold. Between merchant and leatherworker and anything else that we want to make it from. If we just camped merchant leatherworker for a little bit, it wouldn't take that long. If we really power grinded it, we could get it done in a weekend. Basically just rush to 239 merchant, then just do leatherworker for a few hours. And those two things in combination should pretty much be the rest of the gold we need. Like 5 hours max of leatherworker. And like 10-ish of merchant. What's my pickaxe right now? I'm currently using level 30 pickaxe. I was doing the math and it's worth getting to level 40. It's not really worth going much further than that. But it's still worthwhile to go to 40. And it's like the last whole number where it'd be worth going for. Or, you know, like a nice looking number, because I'm not going to bring it to 45. And there's no way we're going all the way to 50. So I'm considering bringing it from 30 to 40. It's only 2% XP, but 2% XP saves, like, over 10 hours. Something absurdly high. Like, 2% XP doesn't sound like much, but it saves literal hours. Can I check the armory real quick? Sure, I can go check the armory real quick. It doesn't reset soon, right? Because let me just finish this current potion and I'll go head over there. Because I still need to buy the plate body there anyways. I keep forgetting to do that. As when we cover the 100-day video, I want to be in the normal plate body. I don't want to be in this chainmail. This ugly chainmail. So I still need to keep checking that shop until one gets stocked. Oh, we got 2 hours? Okay, yeah, I'll check it in like a minute or two. It's something I've actually been forgetting to keep doing. I don't really care about the armor upgrades there, but I care about the plate body, cosmetically. Because I want that for the 100-day video. So we don't have to wear the chainmail. Yep, 2 levels to go. We're almost there. Yeah, let's go teleport over there. And then we'll grab 3 eels on our way back. Oh, wrong one. Alright, so what am I looking for? The elemental percent on the blue weapon. So we're looking for a blue weapon? Wait. Which type of blue weapon is it, though? Because you have to keep in mind there's different weapons per every single class. Are you talking about your blue crossbow? Or your blue melee? Also, I have a lot of blue weapons because I'm Cryonite. Blue tier, not element? Oh. It's a blue broadsword at 262. Because that's my level range. Well, not my level range, but you know, around there. You want to know the percent on it? It is a 80%. Is yours also an 80%? Yeah, it's 80% cryo. But keep in mind, this is the better weapon. So if you're looking at it from a different range, it should be 40%. Because yours might be at 40% if it's the same ratio. And no plate body yet. Boo. We got the lamer looking legs though. Is that my slow weapon? Yeah, that's my slow weapon. This is the slow 2-hand for Cryonite. But yeah, this is slower attack speed. Oh, so this is an upgrade. I might actually buy that. We don't have armor maker. I almost forgot about that. Let me double check. That is technically an upgrade. I'm not sure if it's worth buying. Let's see, 84. Is that worth buying? I'm already here. I might as well do something. 84 compared to 97. I might as well. It's only 9 silver. Which one am I selling? The 46. Oh, they got an upgrade from coming here. It's not a big upgrade, but it's better than nothing, I guess. There we go. Alright, back to Hopeport. But yeah, it seems to be pretty similar for everyone what gets rolled there. Oh no, does it do the same weapon? Because technically my same weapon there for Guardian would be your quick 2-hand. It'd be your 80% quick 2-hand. If you were to do like 1-to-1 with the same classes. Actually, you know what? I can go check real quick. I'm not at AFK activity, but it's not going to take that long. I can check what my ults have. Because what do you say you have there? I'll go check my Guardian. Wait, never mind. You're a Hammer Mage. I'll go check my Hammer Mage. Also, lost and found, nearly completed. We're on the final step of it. That wrong telly again. Let me just check it real quick. Oh, good. I can also sell this while I'm there. Oh, no. I actually wanted to keep those. Never mind. I was going to keep this for upgrade material. I just ran out of untuned storage because I don't have Branolf completed yet. So we're out of storage. But I was going to use all this material when we do all the low-level range. I was assuming trading would be out by then, though. There's a chance it won't be. I was going to use this for all my weapon upgrades since they had to anyways from the quest. Yeah, I got my slow-hitting two-hand at 80%. Yep. So, I wonder if Guardian has their two-hand as well. Oh, wait, this is actually an upgrade. Wait, good thing I checked. Wait, I actually need this. Look at that. Oh, wow, good thing I checked. It's actually a mega upgrade. I'll make AFK for those points so much better. Because I've been AFKing these at the like the level 8 raid den. Now I'm probably strong enough to move up to the better one. Anything else for Chronopolis while we're here? Yes. Is this an upgrade? Oh no, I'll buy now, think later. I'm just gonna buy everything. Let's see. Yep, it's better. And not better. Alright, back to the AFK you go. I might as well check the other one while we're at it. If we're doing these, might as well do all of them. Because it might get upgrades while they're here anyways. Almost everything's an upgrade. But yeah, that means if our theory is correct, Guardian should have the two-hand quick-hitting weapon for 80% green. If it's doing the same thing for all of them. We're about to find out. Unless it does do it based on weapon speed, but if it's doing it based on weapon type, it should be the quick-hitting two-hand green at 80%. Yeah, we really need to upgrade. We got a level 0, and a level 8. Also, oddly enough, also at 80%. I believe this was also bought from the shop. Well, this might be a mega upgrade if it's there. Because that means we might be getting a level 23-ish, 21 to 23, 80% quarterstaff. That's what should be there right now. No. It's the blue weapon. So it is based on attack speed then. And it is the same roll. I got 40%, which means it's 80%. Interesting. But yeah, it's rolling based on the type that it is, but also the speed. So if they were to do the exact one-to-one weapon, it would have been green quarterstaff. But because it's doing it based on attack speed, but still two-handed, it's doing this one. Interesting. Unfortunately, I don't really need that, though. I think that is an upgrade still, though, isn't it? It's still an upgrade. It's not green, but we're using it to AFK with. Doesn't matter if it's green. Oh, let's see. Let go grab everything we can. And yeah, here it is. And these both are to the same as well. For the same chapter, too, oddly enough. Oh, this is episode 3. Wait, we got a problem. Why am I in episode 3 gear? I guess you were AFKing the thing. Auto-equip chapter 4. Wait, what's my gear right now? Alright, there we go. Anyways, what was I doing? We're juggling items. I already purchased that. Let me grab this. Are you an upgrade? No. Gosh, that level 0 shield carrying hard. That level 0 3-star going crazy. Alright, what else? Yeah, this weapon should be an upgrade. It's not the upgrade I want, but it is an upgrade. Not sure if that's worth it over the higher attack speed, though. I'll just roll with it. It's not that big a deal. I won't sell this one, though. I will keep it just in case. If I actually do need a green weapon for something. Like, when I do the quest, I'm going to need a green weapon for if I don't have anything better. I'm literally going to be killing a level 35 with a level 8 weapon. Alright, there we go. Anyways, back to your AFK. But yeah, that's interesting. It does do it based on attack speed. Not based on 1-to-1 exactly what the weapon type is. Because they all had the 5 attack speed slow hitting weapon. Of some kind. But the other two had it for their main element. This one had it for not its primary because it doesn't have a 5 attack speed for it. Because Guardian's main 2-hand for elemental was 4 tick, not a 5 tick. There we go. Anyways. Back to the main. I know, we wasted 7 minutes. Talk about XP waste. We also got an empty surfer. At this point, we only need 1.5 more levels. We're nearly there. Should be about half an hour more of fishing then. And then off stream after I grab dinner, I'll just grind Forager. And then tomorrow we do not stop to 149 Forager. Ideally we go until like 161. But bare minimum's 149. Oh no, we might go all the way to 161. Because we're gonna try 2004 Scape tomorrow. So, yeah, we might get a lot of time in on it. Because if I'm going to be doing it, I'm probably only doing it for one stream. As the private server could technically be taken down any day. But just to relive the nostalgia of what 2004 RuneScape was like. When I first played it way back when. Like 21 years ago. You got 10 days off soon? Nice. I just realized I'm on like really weird cycle now because I forgot to sell. That's fine. So one thing that's really funny about this that I didn't actually plan beforehand, but it did work out by the end. We're gonna have exactly 3,300 as we end. Nice little milestone number. 3,600 is the one that's really interesting coming up though. Is that's when you basically start to get to post 200 territory. In the sense that anything above 3,600 means you have gotten any amount of levels above 200. Or, you know, 200 all. Because 200 all everything is 3,600 right now. Which is like pseudo max level. Not actually max level though. But it's kind of pseudo max level in Brighter Shores right now. Until it goes up to 4,400 next chapter. Or it's not actual max, but it's the number you'd have if you had 200 all exactly. Yeah, hopefully some people will make some tools for the shop at some point. So you could just check a website and you'll know what the items are. Because that'd be ideal. That or a Discord bot or something. But that means we'd have to actually check Discord, ew. But hopefully someone makes something for it, though. You might just be able to use a third-party website to always check the shop without even need to walk there. I don't think anyone's bothered setting something like that up yet, though. But it definitely seems predictable enough that you could. I wonder if they also have the same armor rolls. That'd be really hard to figure out, though. But I wonder if every armor roll also rolls the same RNG. Like the stat distribution. It's really hard to tell unless you bring level 0 accounts there, though. Like accounts that have level 0 combat in Chronopolis. That'd be the easiest way to tell if what the roll is. Or at least the roll difference anyways. Or to see if they're identical. Because they definitely have the same roll for elemental percent. So I assume they would also have the same roll for armor values. For the 6 random values that you can have on your armor. Oh, so I just keep assuming it's 1 in 20. I'm actually not sure if it's 1 to 20. I know all 6 have a different value. I'm just not sure if the full range is 0 to 20. The only problem with that, though, is having a perfect roll on a tier 1 or 2 armor is kind of irrelevant. It would only be relevant on a tier 3 or 4. That's a big issue with that shop in general. It never stocks 3 or 4 star gear. Like, I understand why it doesn't. But the fact that it doesn't makes it a lot weaker. Especially when trading comes out. For anyone who enables trading. It would be almost exclusively used by Iron Man. After trading comes out. Because after we have Armor Maker and trading, who on earth is ever running tier 1 armor? Or tier 2 armor? Because you're already never doing that for weapons. Unless you're doing it on like an alt account. But even when trading comes out, they'll still be running like 3 or 4 star stuff. The only reason they're not right now is they can't just immediately buy one. I can't just immediately send them one. If someone's put into Forger, that'd been a fail. There we go. 111 rolling in. 1 level to go. We're almost there. The grind is nearly over. And then starting tomorrow, we gotta go really heavy into Forger. Ideally, I want 161 by the end of tomorrow. Not necessarily by the end of tomorrow's stream, but by the end of tomorrow. Like, before we start up Saturday stream, I want to have 161 if we can. There we go, 111. One to go for our 111. We need one more into our 111. Because I like as soon as you turn to it, the fish just stops. It feels a disturbance in the force. Like, it's not like you're actually hitting it or anything. It just physically stops moving. And the reason it does that is just so it doesn't keep running away from you. This looks kind of funny, physics-wise. Because obviously an animal running away from you would not just randomly stop when you get next to it. If it was that easy. It just gets stun-locked until you throw the spear at it. Oh no, they're all DDing. These pufferfish really love to go in one tile. The eels do it too, but I feel like the puffer does it way more often. Wait, is there less room in puffer? Puffer's 4x4. Wait, is this bigger? No, it's also... Oh! No, it's still the same size. It's 4x4. It just looks bigger because of the underwater thing. Oh no, they're both 4x4. I feel like the eels do it way more often, though. This one looks bigger because of how the river goes through it. But there's still a 4x4 movable space. Ooh, Chambers' Eric has taken a lead. Interesting. With that being said, would anyone actually want to do Chambers' Eric this weekend? Any old school RuneScape players out there? I pretty much have only done solo, so... Could learn group pretty quickly. I've heard it's a lot easier in group. I did like one time with a friend once, and that's it. I didn't really learn it properly, I just went through. Because I only know how to do solo, but I'm pretty sure it's easier to do group. It's not like anything gets harder in there. Something like Tombs of a Masket would. But I'm pretty sure Chambers' Eric is just purely easier in a group. The only thing it changes is how you do the final boss fight, I'm pretty sure. Everything else is pretty much identical. Also, keep in mind, when we do old school RuneScape this weekend, I will do a little bit of everything. I mostly just wanted to gauge what was of highest interest. But I do plan to do a little bit of everything there. Pretty much how we would just normally play. I just wanted to know which ones we need to prioritize more. not sure if we're doing it for 1 day or 2 days. Tomorrow we're definitely doing 2007 or 2004 Scape, that one private server that came out, I guess. I normally wouldn't do private servers, but this one's a little bit different because this one's purely for nostalgia of it. It's basically the game back in when I first played it as a kid. Which I'm curious to see what the full state of the game was back then. I know, like, vaguely what the game was like back then. But it'd be nice to actually play it for a day just to relive it. I don't plan to farm that private server, though. Just doing it for 1 day for nostalgia's sake. Maybe because some people have been requesting for it. And I will be playing Brighter Shores the whole time alongside it. The only thing that's going to be a little awkward is I probably have to have both of them as a rectangle rather than vertically. Might as well try some kind of new layout for once, with how we've been doing with it. It's going to be almost more like how this is. Except I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to position it. But it's going to be more like this kind of setup, where both of them on screen kind of like that. Where Brighter Shores would be the smaller one, and the other thing would have to be the bigger one then. Oh, South to Cell. I just wish whenever you did this, it would be easier to tell when they're stacked like that. Like some kind of indication. It's kind of funny because when you don't have the sense bar up, there is an indication. But when you do use the sense bar, it actually does not tell you how many are in the stack. As the main way that it indicates is with like an outline kind of thing. But they all have an outline when you use the sense bar. That's weird. I kind of like queued my walk there. That was really weird. So you can queue a walk. Not really. I noticed that same thing earlier. If you like misclick, he still does his walk before he does the queue. Not like the full walk, but like partially the direction that you went in. I hope they just outright add queuable walks though at some point. The only thing that it might be a little bit broken for is bossing. But you know, you could just make it not work while in combat. Which I think it already doesn't work when you're in combat, so don't even need to change anything. But I would love if they add queuable walk, because there's so many skilling activities where you need it. The main most noteworthy one is transitioning rooms. If you could queue a walk to transition from room to room. Obviously you wouldn't be able to queue the objects in the room, but you could at least queue the walk to the next room. Which would be a really big use case for it always. But the other one is to do things tick perfectly. Is you can set up the whole cycle and then just have it keep doing it. Half a level to go. Technically a fourth a level to go because we will be using that one knowledge on it. And now we use the 10%. And we should only need to go like 2 or 3 more times. Hey, Liquid Snake is here. Hope all's been well. They're sitting on the bench. Or we're sitting on the bench. Based on that angle, I assume they were. I'm not sure how you get to that angle otherwise. Unless an emote brings you there. There we go. Put that into Fisher. Alright, 4th level to go. Yeah, 3 more inventories and we should be there then. And that brings us to almost 8 gold as well. We need like 31 to do our pickaxe upgrade though if we do want to do it for that. I'm still not sure if I should or shouldn't. It's really expensive for how much time it saves. Like, relative to how much time it saves. I haven't done the full math on it, but I think we're spending almost, like, 5-ish gold per hour saved or something. Which is pretty pricey. Because you only save 1 hour every 50 hours. And at most, with how much more we have to do, I think we're only saving, like, 10-ish hours? Which, if that is the case, I don't know, that doesn't sound as bad then. Because we are saving, let's say, hypothetically, 10 hours. It's costing us like 3 gold per hour saved. Which is pricey, but not horrible. Alright, next set should be the last one then. And then, I don't know, what forging do I need to go to? If I'm gonna do, like, active AFK forging. Oh, you know what room I probably do? Well, I guess technically both rooms are the same room in that regard. We would do 3 Water Lily into 3 Nettle, and then AFK. I think would be what we would do for that. Oh yeah, by the way, I've been doing AFK forging off stream as well. Active AFK. Not the passive. Because we have like 0 into the passive right now, or whatever we do, 7. I haven't actually done any of them, though. Which I should say that, the first week we did. Oh, we already got our level? Oh, we didn't even need another set. Nice. Perfect time to go sell everything. But yeah, let's go bring our stuff over there, then. We got Gennard, but I can't do them because to be able to do Gennard, I need 149, Forger. Because otherwise, it's only a level 41 node. But if we get to 149, it's a level 149 node. And that is a lot of free XP to be giving up from not getting it first. Alright, we'll go ahead to our active AFK then. Which is going to be Forger into Forger. Basically, just going to take every Forger node in a room. Oh wait, do we have Bell Plant in this room too? Wait. Oh, this one room might actually be really good. Doesn't this room have Water Lily and everything too? Oh, wait, this room is actually amazing. Oh, wait, it doesn't have the other thing though. Sad. Wait, these are better than the other thing though. Nettles are lower level. Okay, this isn't bad. Oh, I thought it had another 3. That would have been so much better. But you just click on everything, then wait, then AFK, and just keep doing this over and over again. Perfect. I guess we could technically get 1 kill. Or, you know, do the logical thing and also take the plants over there, but oh well. Yeah, I think this will be our active AFK then. But anyways, guys, we're going to be ending it here for now. We will be back tomorrow at noon Eastern Standard Time. And yeah, I guess we'll play 2004 Scape while doing this then. Will be basically AFK forging, kind of like what you see right here. We'll take every node, wait, drop them all, do things, and then click everything again, and then rinse and repeat. It is pretty much our life until 149 and 161 Forger. But that's pretty much the game plan. You sit here, AFK, wait for them to respawn, click on everything. I've been doing this a lot on Steam Deck too, where you get to one of the double rooms. Before I was doing it on Potato and Bell Plant in the other room. But now we're doing it on Bell Plant plus Water Lily because we've upgraded. But you just click on this, click on this, click on this, wait till this respawns. Come on. Come on, spawn. You know you want to. There we go. You just click on everything, then AFK again, and rinse and repeat. That's pretty much our game plan. Anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful week, wonderful upcoming weekend, and yeah, I'll be back tomorrow to continue to grind. Oh, also, congrats, Unda, by the way. I didn't even read the thing. You finally got 2K total. Huge congrats. Only 150 people past 2K total so far? Nice. Major congrats. Anyways, guys, take care, everyone. We'll catch you guys later, and thanks for stopping by. Bye, everyone. Oh, yeah, as well as on the poll, basically everything's dead even. The one that is the only one that got low on the poll. So Chambers of Zero, Collection Log / Clue Scrolls, and other ? All got 29%. The only thing that got low is the new boss. I do plan to do some amount in the new boss. But I find it kind of funny that the new boss is actually the lowest. As out of anything on that list, that is the only dangerous piece of content. I just find that kind of funny. No one voted for anything dangerous for the max hardcore. As that's actually a piece of content we could technically die on. It's very unlikely for that to happen, but it's not impossible. Whereas in Chambers of Xeric, it's a safe death, so it's quite literally impossible to die there. Or if we do die, it counts, you know, not against the hardcore status. But anyways, guys, I'll catch you guys later. Goodbye, everyone. Thanks for watching. Oh, yeah, and tomorrow we're doing 2004 Scape, not the poll thing. That will be doing this weekend. But tomorrow we'll try the 2004 private server thing. Just to relive one day of our childhood. And we'll just be doing brighter shores throughout it, of course. It'll just be a little bit smaller than normal. Anyways, guys, catch you guys later. Goodbye, everyone.